All right, we got everything up and going. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Pixel Perfect. My name is Volcata, and today we are continuing the same thing we have past several live streams, is working on our 85 gigawatt power plant. I don't think it's going to be done today, but I'm confident that it's going to be functional today. The cosmetics and stuff probably won't be done, building walls and things, but I think that we're going to turn it on today. Welcome, Jake. Good afternoon. Welcome everyone to what is probably a cold Saturday wherever you're at, because it's cold about everywhere. Pardon me. But it's it's not too bad here today. I need to stock up real quick, make sure the train is loaded. I think it's pretty well. Man, my inventory is full. I've been busy. I have been super busy since the last stream. I think let's get rid of her. I had to defend myself. Hit 87 degrees where you're at, Jake? Nice. I think it's been around 70, I think, average around here lately. Oh, no. I think I started storing these up here. Yes. Bad things go upstairs. I saw something in a recent dev stream about there being a separate that if you sink remains, or if you craft remains into their whatever the remains craft into, and you sink them, that there is a separate counter that it keeps track of. I don't know if it's visible or not, but they said it's a separate stream. But I think it contributes to the same pool. The same, it doesn't give you animal coupons. It's just, for some reason, they track them differently, I guess. Kind of, I never even thought about throwing animal stuff into the sink, because, anything that I can't automate, I don't sink. I don't remember there just being a random rock in the middle of our yard. I just really got to clean up this yard. Promise I'm going to do that soon. Probably should make a permanent place for my biofuel stuff that I just keep hidden in here. I threw it in here at one point in a time crunch, and then just never removed it. This is where when I had not enough space to store leaves, I'd just throw a stack of leaves in there, and it would turn into biomass just to conserve space. We don't actually have a use for biomass, so I don't think we need anything here today. Let's just... let's grab cabling, because a big thing that we're going to be doing today is cable. I don't have enough space in my inventory for all the cable we're going to need. Because today we are going to wire up the power plant. Why is that door not in the middle? How did I never notice that? That door's in the middle. I built this probably in like episode 5 and let's see if we can... I don't know, this must have been a common... or a custom swatch. Yeah, that was custom, so I'd have to figure out what that color was. I'll leave it for now. Maybe I offset it on purpose. I knew I'd be running around that building. I don't know. I don't remember making that decision. Okay, anyway, yeah, we're gonna be doing lots of cabling today. We got to wire up the entire thing. And as I was saying, I've been extremely busy this week working. I'm hearing. Oh! I knew I heard something tromping along. I bet you wish you had wings. You know what? I don't even have to. I'll just go out the window. Off the ledge. Oh. I've got most of the, I wouldn't say mindless logistics done, but it really wasn't mindless. I spent probably a good 12 hours yesterday alone on the project. In addition to other stuff throughout the week. Just trying to get it to where, I mean, you know, I wanted to activate the power plant last session. We could do hard space this week, but it was just too much. It really was too much. Plus, we had to kind of reinvent the wheel because, you know, some of the things I'd done earlier just wasn't going to work out right, and we realized that the math wasn't even across the board because we have, you know, one machine that has to be underclocked, which throws the math off for everything. What are we missing? Probably rotors. No. These guys. Okay, we're gonna need a bunch of that. Let's do this. We're gonna need a bunch of cable, probably a bunch of copper sheeting. Like, we have everything on site to build everything. Of course, you know, most everything is built at this point. And I've done the tricky conveyoring, and I've done all the tricky piping. But there's still a ton of piping to be done, and math to be done on where we need the pipes to go. But I've got everything running to the merger points to where we need to be able to, where we can be able to handle them. I don't know why I have so much. I think I have steel beam on because of tomorrow's episode. I think is why I have so much steel beam on me. Let's do this. Seriously, the stuff that I needed to go was this, and then anything else. All right. We're gonna grab some more of this for the train. I didn't see how much we need. And then I think we're going to go just grab a bunch more cable just to... Oh, and copper sheeting. Just to be safe. There we go, that's good. I don't know that we need especially a lot of reinforced plate. Not like we're going to be doing a bunch of Mark III tubing or conveying. Oh, no! Ah. Every time I say I need to move that. Where did we put the copper sheeting? There it is. Oh, power here. It's going to be safe. Yeah, it's probably safe. Probably safe. There, that'll be safe. It's gonna take a while to replenish all that. I think our entire factory is profiting by 50 copper sheet per minute. So that's gonna take a while to replenish. But we can, you know, we can bring some back. I don't expect that we'll use all of it, but we'll just bring back whatever is needed. Not needed. We're gonna grab more cabling just because I have no scope of how much we're going to need to wire that entire place. Oh, and we need to make sure we have the materials to do Mark 7, or Mark 7, Mark 3 power poles, the wall poles. Yeah, so this replenishes too. Just grab all that. If we need to come back, we'll come back. I think that's going to be good for now. Say that, but I get paranoid. So we don't need all of this. We're making rods on site. We're making copper or iron plate on site. Opened. You know that guy is stalking me wherever he is. Yeah, a few metric tons. It's yeah. Do that. Oh, where that guy is that was chasing me. Alright, so we'll get back, we'll dump all this stuff in the transport trailer. And then we need 3 poles. I guess that doesn't tell us what it takes to build them. That or being in the tube is keeping that interface from coming, because we can't bring up our build menu while we're in the tube. We can bring up our inventory, but not our build menu. I think it takes high-speed connectors. Partial. How did I get a partial? Yeah, that'd be fine. Sticks, no power. Yeah, high-speed connectors. So let's just put those. All right. Yep. Let's just grab a bunch of those because we're gonna. We're gonna just spam the place with those things. High-speed connectors is something we're not making very fast either. But we've got plenty of them. And it doesn't all have to be Mark III, right? There'll be plenty of opportunity to use our regular Mark IIs. So again, we'll bring back whatever it is we don't use. Room on our personal inventory to carry the rest of that. Okay. I think. Oh, we should crap. Because I'm sure that we'll want to do windows. Again, I don't know how much we're going to get done as far as exterior structure today. But we're going to need silica for the structure, and that's going to be back downstairs. probably. There it is. You heard something munching on the leaf. Yeah, I get pretty paranoid in this game. I hear sounds, and I'm always looking over my shoulder. I expect it to be something hostile that's stalking me. And they're doing I mean, I know they've done some improvements in the AIs, and they've done a better job of just my not seeing them until they're on me. Like that guy. I mean, he was I don't know where he came from. And I heard his footsteps at the last moment, which is how I got out of his way. Computers are upstairs. I don't know that we'll need them, but I don't like having partial stacks like this. Yeah, limiters would be a good thing to cap off boards. I think I got a bunch of circuit boards on site. I dumped out my inventory. Where are the AI limiters? They should be on they're a lower tier item. They should be on the bottom floor. Did I route them to the top floor? Why do we have an empty container? Maybe I'll find use for that eventually. Sure, where my AI limiters are at. Should be on the ground floor, but I didn't see them. I don't think I need either of those. Up off the stack anyway. I'm not sure how I used any of them. We don't have to worry about plastic because we're creating it on site. Same goes for our aluminum, which, by the way, I have used up most of our stored aluminum on the site. I mean, wait till you see just how much conveying I've done. All Mark V. Gotta fight these limiters. That's circuit boards, high-speed connectors. I'm confused. I know that we're delivering them here. I'm not seeing them on... I messed something up on my import and I'm all... Alright, we gotta check our... No! Darn it! I'm gonna move that. Let's check our... splitters before we go. Don't normally show all this off. I put notes to myself where these. Oh, AI limiters. Oh, I must have forgotten to give them a slot. They've probably all been going to the trash this whole time. I'm sure I'm importing them. Oh boy. Okay, well, where can we, I guess, I didn't want to send them upstairs, but I need to not be trashing them. And this whole thing's kind of become a mess as it's grown. And I had so many products come in from one episode that I just kind of had to... I melded... These used to be two separate lines. because I used two train stations coming in for higher tier and lower tier products. And lower tier would come through here and hit the bottom rungs, and the higher tier would go through here. But we ended up needing to use those stations for other things, and so all the stuff being transported here got melded down to one station. And so I ended up just taking this one and looping it back around to what was originally the other one. As you can see where it's still run. I'm kind of stalling because I want to see if AI limiters come down this line. Because that's the drop off from the station. Oh, it ran out. No, that's this one. Yeah, see right there, AI limiters. I knew we were delivering them. That means we've been... I must have... I think what probably happened, because I know we had them at some point, because I've had to collect them to use them. I'm wondering if I reorganized at some point and then forgot to reassign them to another location. Like, they should be probably right here, and now I have aluminum casings here. This should be AI limiters. Could be right next to, you know, the high-speed connectors and circuit boards. I'm not going to fix it right now because we have other things to do today. All right. Let's just get going to the job site. Can't help but feel like I'm forgetting something else. We need quartz crystal on us for making signs, but I think I have signs everywhere reminding me of things that I need. Oh yeah, I wanted AI limiters because we need them for smart splitters. Although I don't think we're gonna need them. I mean, we have a stack here, so that, yeah, we're not gonna run out. Just get going and head to the job site. So, turn music back on. I turned it off while making episodes. Get some of that human music going for those who recognize the reference. Ah, human music. I like it. So what we have on our book of work today is we need to pipe all of the fuel from the unpacked fuel down to all the generators. And so we need to do the math on how many generators each pipe is going to supply and how we want to split up our generators on the floors, because what we're going to do is we're going to drape the pipes down the front of the building, and I want them to kind of do an inverted, kind of a V, although they're not going to be together, so it's not going to make a V. I consider pushing them together to try to make a V because that's my brand, but then the inner pipes would have to start lower and it just wouldn't work out. So it's just going to be a kind of a square pennant shape, I think. And it'll be a framing so that if we do a kind of a pixel art, something like that, it'll be on the outsides of it. It won't get in the way of it. But I want both sides to match, even though the total amount of fluid going through the pipes don't correspond necessarily. I want them to stop at the same floors. So we'll use up the 2 outer pipes first, and we'll just split it as necessary for them to both end on the same floor. We might have to split one unnecessarily to make sure it goes down to the next floor if the previous one couldn't be ended on the same floor. It'll all make sense. And that way each pipe goes inwards, ending in the same place as each other. I just haven't done the math on that yet. But you can see there at the top of the building, all the pipes have been brought to the front of the structure. You can also see here another train station. Oh, I'm struggling there. New train station. New platforms up there. Yeah, that's part of tomorrow's episode. We're actually using this side of the map, which is kind of ironic because we put the fuel here. We're like, we're gonna put power down here because that way we don't have to transport anything across the map. And then I go and build a facility literally right across the tracks from it. But it's not such a big of a deal now that we have our shortcut rail going back and forth. Oh, stop, because we need to load. Unload. Oh, no. The train. We also need to map out where the conveyors are all lining up from a packers above to packers below relative, because I kind of had to get tricky with how I got the conveyors run, and I don't know if the top ones correspond with the bottom ones, and they don't necessarily need to. We always meant to offset them a little bit so that we create an entire circulatory system, but it's possible that we have independent loops in it right now, and I have to verify what attaches to what. So that's going to be something we're going to need to do as well. In fact, I think that's where I want to start out. We have more high-speed connectors here. See what we have on site. Picked up some local slugs. What do I need on me? Let's get... I think I need much on me at the moment, because right now I just want to... I want to map out... what I'm concerned about the most is what set of packers are going to what set of distilleries, and then how, and then what unpackers those are attached to. So I'm going to, I'm on the spreadsheet. I know you can't see that at the moment. So we have 12 rows. It's 6 rows, but they're left and right, you know, east and west. And so let's make sure I have the material for making signs. Yeah, we're good. And so we're going to start in the back corner. Of course, with the 2 back rows should be completely isolated, so that's something we want. I just want to double check and verify that. As you can see, there are lots of conveyors now going up the sides, and you know, lots of personal signs. Come on, lots of personal signs that I've laid out to keep track of what's going up and what's coming down from various belts. And I put little check marks once I've personally verified. Yeah, that one, yeah. Those all should be, they're at least connected on one end to another. And so what I'm going to do here is we're going to designate, so like, this is row number 1. Well, we need that big of a sign to put a number on it, but that's okay. What? No sign. I know what I'm doing. Layout. What's the difference between having a number there and just having words where I can put numbers? That's probably the size. All right, and let's change our mouse configuration to, there we go. Now we're on my Satisfactory mouse setting. And we need to follow where this is going. So one is the 9.33 output, and this needs to be a closed loop unto itself. So we need to follow that up. This is the 9.3 here. So that's good. We need every aspect of this to be a closed loop. So the same machine is bringing out 9.3 machines worth. Because remember, the machines are 1-to-1. They're the packers and unpackers are doing 60 per minute, and these are doing 60 per minute as well. Don't worry about the heavy oil. We only care about the solid bits for this bit of math. Another thing we have to do is we have to do the math on the crude oil. But as you can see, I've pre-run crude oil to that point, so all of the extractors are prepared. All right, so this needs to go specifically to the back left set of packers. That's number 2. I don't need to verify this, but I'm going to show you. This is all this that was necessary to get all of this to work. So we have 12 conveyors per side. So 12 on this side, 12 going up on the other side. And we couldn't run them all the way up the side because the sides come out and in and out like that, and we can't reasonably go up through the floors because, remember, we actually expand out, so there are machines over them. So what I did, as you can see here, is I conveyored them all the way to the back, and then all the way to the top. So we gotta go all the way up. And these are a mixture of belts going up and coming down. 6 up, 6 down on each side, or 12 on each side. So this belt right there, number 2, is going into the first set of machines, which is what we need. So, pan away here a little bit, you can see this took many hours. I had to tear this down and rebuild it so many times to get all these belts to make their way to the back. You know, it wasn't so bad on the other floors because the other floors don't require 12 in and 12 out. Like the packers, they're bringing water in. I guess they are going to be 12 and 12 now. They're when they're going out, they don't have to be part of this belt loop, because when they go out, they go up through the floors straight into the refineries. Whereas these all literally had to be more or less parallel. So that goes to this, which is our 9.3. This doesn't split, so you'll see on everything else, the outputs do a split to merge. Merger. Yeah. So, like, this will split that. And consistent. I do these a specific way so that I can visually look at it and tell what it is. But these should be mark 1s, yeah. So that I have 9.5 canisters going one way, 9.5 going the other way, which is what allows us to do a loop, because they're operating in groups of 10 and groups of 9, and if the group of 10 put all of its canisters to a belt that's carrying 10 machines worth of canisters, eventually they'd work their way all the way through, and then they'd come over on the 9 row, and the 9 row would only be able to process 9 machines worth of canisters, and eventually it would all back up, and they would never put out the 10 canisters per machine or per grouping to come back around and refeed the 10 line. So these, even though, so it's 19 in a row, the 10th one splits its output, so it's 9.5 and 9.5, and that's what allows the whole thing to operate. But the back row has to be independent, because we have that one underclocked machine, so it can't be part of the greater circulatory system. That's a 9.3, and that's outputting the empty canisters along the bottom, and that's going all the way down. So that's 1, 1, 1. It's a closed loop. That's perfect. And I want to make sure the entire closed loop is... Oh, why did I not go over the land? And I want to make sure the whole closed loop is... is functional first. I don't normally go up... Oh, what? No cables. Alright. I dumped all the cables when I was... being really cautious. I normally jump down the other corner because that's where all my storage is. And I know I have power running up and down it. So, because we couldn't do the 9.5 on that back row on the east side, the west side had to be an isolated 9 row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it also can't be part of the circulatory system because things run in 9.5s. I also finished all the piping for water during this week. Let's see here, I need to... just number 1. Thanks. Anyway, so we haven't done any of the pumps that we're going to need. So obviously these will not be able to get the water all the way up yet. But they've all been combined and mathed out, I believe. We'll double check. There is still some underclocking of water that we're going to need, but them not being underclocked is not going to hurt anything. Well, maybe did we underclock them last session? I don't think we did an underclock of each one. I feel like we did. Yes. All right. Yeah. So I guess we did this last session, because we did them in groups of 5. I think because we had done this side, and I hadn't done the other side. And the other side, I think, is the full 600 water per minute, and this was the 540. So this side needed to be underclocked, and we took care of that during last session. I think that was the last thing that we did. But I've now piped the other side as well. This is the 9 out, so we're going to make sure so I'm no longer... building. You know what? We're going to go get cable. Because now I'm going to have to fly up and down that corner instead of just standing on the edge and drawing drawing conveyors. We're gonna need to be able to go up and down easier. There goes the cable. I also switched over all of our aluminum sheeting production. That over there is a smart splitter that used to send it both directions, but I was eating up so much of the aluminum. Like, I think that container was full or nearly full of aluminum sheeting, and this one was nearly full, and I emptied this one completely and emptied this one pretty heavily. Okay, that should do it. Hey there, T-Rex. Doing well. We're just getting up and running. Yeah, we got a full day ahead of us. How are you doing today? How's your weekend going? All right, we have 9 going. That's the output. So that is going up. And so we're going to count this as row 7, because we're going to go 1 to 6 on the air side, and then 7 to 12. I know we have that right there, but this is more visible. Should have done this a long time ago. Instead of just doing them one-offs whenever I needed to hover in a certain area. Okay, so that's a 9 going up. Why is that not feeding the first floor? So the first floor should be in 9s. Oh, that's the down. This is the up right there. So I'm not going to count all these. I trust that the split is correct. I just need to know where it goes. We went pretty thorough over the overall of this when we did it. So I'm confident that the clustering is correct. I just need to make sure that the destinations are a loop. So that's going to 9 here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And where it breaks off, this needs to be an isolated loop. Like, so there's probably going to be some intermingling going on at other places, but most importantly is these back 2 rows being... This needs to deliver to the back row up above us. You see I had to do a little shifting there. So that's the second one. I'm confident that second one is the one, because I know that the back corner is the 2 ground ones that go to the back. So that should be good. I'm going to mark. I want to mark that's correct. It's everything past this that's going to need to be verified on the top, because I had to do some shenanigans with how I routed the belts just to get them all to not go complete belt spaghetti. All right, this is going to be, that's the input, that's the output. This is going to be number 2. Number 2 is going to right here. Just jumping over that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Should be correct. But here's where I'm not 100% is whether or not we isolated the outputs with the inputs, which hopefully we did, but I don't know that we did. Okay, so good. The 10 outputs are isolated together. But as you can see, so here we're having crossover. The input came from the east, wrapped around. The output is just coming out the west. And so this is not, and it's not, I'm not saying this is a problem. In fact, this might actually work in our favor because we wanted to off shift our returns. This might be doing it for us. We're going to clean up so many cables as we go. I didn't mean to put that on there, but that's all right. So this should say 10 up. It does. That was... yeah, I don't think I can reference the refineries in a good way. Let's just follow this to the top. So this is the third conveyor going up. I really just kind of want to make sure, at least on as far as the refineries go, it's best if the output of the refineries are grouped the same way that the input is. And I'm not 100% sure that we did that when we did our restructuring of those outputs from my first goof up idea. We said it was the third belt, right? When I did all of these, I was able to look down and drag up. I didn't have to fly in this corner or fly in that corner. It was a lot. Because these, all of these are max length. I just grabbed this, don't have to worry about where it's ending. Okay, so that right there. Oh, jeez. See, like I said, I had to do some shenanigans with the beltings just to get everything to actually work and for them to be grouped properly. So this should be a 10. It is. And this would be at 7, 8, 9, 10. This is row 11. So packer row 2 is going to unpacker row 11. So we're really getting some cross mingling. This is, as long as there isn't an isolated loop, this will be fine. It'll actually accomplish what we wanted to accomplish just automatically, which will cause it to be a full, hopefully a full circulatory system. I know that the outputs are matching the inputs in this one, and this will be a 9.5 going back down. So you need to follow that belt and figure out where this ended up. So it's number 5 or 5. Yeah, we had 2 ups, right? And then that's 4 downs. So number 5. Find out where this goes. The number 5 should these should translate 1 to 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this would be packer row 8. I really need to kill that guy. He has shot me so many times. Let's see here. It on the spreadsheet. Sorry about that. Okay. Now now that I'm able to do that without being killed.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
This should be a 9. And it's going... Probably a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's good. Good, the outputs are together. Yay, we did something right so far. So where does this go? This is the only place that it offsets. We had to do a dido twice because we had to group the 9.3s. So this is going to be number 3. That's a pleasant view, isn't it? Okay, number 3 should say 9 up. It does. If this turns out to be one single loop, just by chance, then this is going to make our work so much easier. It'll mean we're essentially done with all conveyoring, other than we still need to run conveyors for the export of our resin, but that's literally just, you know, how many machines is going to kind of Mark 5 cover and then go straight into a sink, and we don't have to worry anything about it. Following this conveyor. Nine in, good. And this is gonna be number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So packer number 8 goes to packer number 5. We haven't been putting the signs down, but you know what? We don't need to. This is going to tell us everything we need. Oh, the output. Before we go, I want to point this out as well. We're here. This, of course, it looks like spaghetti, but it's not. It's actually is as exact as I can get it. It's made. Unfortunately, we can't get the bend in a pipe if it's only going up one height. So I couldn't get everything to do the nice curvy bend. I mean, I could run this to a pipe junction and kind of cheese it a little bit, but I didn't want to put more splits in the already somewhat unreliable fluid system. But all of these come to the front of the building, and I've jotted down the total amount of fuel in each pipe. And this is how we're going to run them down the front of the building, and then just in on each floor as they're needed. And then we'll split the floor in half. So like this outer one will go in, well actually it's the V inwards, until we've used up 600 and haul whatever the outer one is in there, and they end on the same floor. And then we'll move into the next pipe. That should be really simple. Just a little bit of math, and you know, all the pipes are already run. We just need to figure out where we need to divide the sections. So there's gonna be very little pipe running at that point, just on the outside. Okay, we said second from the top. Probably should paint these as I go just to signify it's been verified. That's going to here. And I don't want to look away to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're on the sixth one. We'll translate to the sixth one over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right there. Get out of range so we can fall. All right, and that's 1, 2, 3. So unpacker 5 is going to packer 3. And this is probably a 10. 1, 2, 3. I don't even need to count, I can just look where the divide is. Yep. for the autosave. I know this is a compelling start. I wanted to get this done prior to the stream. But it's just, like I said, I spent probably 12 hours yesterday alone in getting the stuff done that I've gotten done. So we know that's a 9, and this is where the split is. So I don't think we had to do... Yeah, everything on the right side is a 10. So we are looking at hacker number 3. And the output is here. This is going to be a 10. Very good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now did it match on the output? Yay, we did something right. It's working. I am so glad that we took the time to reconfigure that. All right, it's the 4th one over. Because it was, I mean, the way I had done it before was just not good. Not good. It would have technically worked, but it wouldn't have been clean like this, and nothing would have corresponded. It was right for us to take the time to redo it. I said number 4, right? Pretty sure I said number 4. All right, it's the 3rd one up. Now, 2nd one. We're all the way to the back. All right, so we are on Packer 6. So 3 goes to 6. And the output is on the top. That's going to be an easy one to follow. And see, I had to get creative with the conveyors to get the pipes out. I could have put the pipes over, but the machines have an inherent or an innate 10-meter lift, head lift when they put out fluid. And this is right on the line. If I went up one more segment to go over where this belt would have been, we definitely would have needed pumps just to get up and over. And the whole point to having these on the top floor is that we don't want to have to use pumps. We want it to all go up on gravity feed. So hopefully they can get this high. If not, there might be a small amount of pumping that is necessary. Probably just in the back rows. All right. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought we had already done 6. I lost sight on it. I know we've already done 6. Hey, Sir X, welcome. Yeah, this build is. I don't know that I wish this on anybody, but it is a good illustration of how logistics can be done. Yeah, this is Packer 3, I did lose. I have to go back up. When I fell off, I lost sight on what conveyor we were following. This project, we are over 70 hours of work into this project. Of course, you know, since it's been on stream, most of it's been on stream, a lot of it is talking and explaining and showing things. So if I were building this not streaming, it wouldn't take as much time, but it would still take, I mean, 50 hours or more, you know. I mean, like, if I had to rebuild it, it wouldn't take as long, because now we've had the design and we know, you know, we know our purpose. You know, a lot of it's planning, logistics, and all that stuff. So a repeat of this would not take nearly as long. But the sheer scale of it, just, you know, especially like figuring out the belting and all that stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I am not happy about this. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that output is definitely number 6. Number 6 leads to Packer 3, which is impossible. Which means our previous one was incorrect. Which means our previous one, which was unpacker number, was row 5, probably went to 5, not to 6. So this one, which is, it was packer row 8, went to unpacker row 5. I might not work all these out. I think that the key here is going to be whether or not the refineries are outputting to the same, in the same grouping of the input. If that's true, this optical illusion, I keep looking at that one and thinking that's number 6. That is definitely number 5. So 5 is what we should have been tracking last time. I think we're going to do a couple more of these. I don't think we're going to go through all of them, because the methodology seems to be fairly sound, and I can check that off camera. The 5 went... Eight went up to 5. And then I said 5 went to 3, but it didn't. It went to 2. And if that's true, then we have a closed loop. Because I have 2 going up to 10, 10 going to 8, 8 coming back to 5, 5 going to 2. This is what we're trying to avoid. This would be a closed loop. If we were to fill this loop up with our empty canisters to jumpstart it, only half the factory would go. And that's easy to fix, but we need to map it out, because like literally we could like swap, you know, what goes to where. It might look a little funny at some point, but this would indicate that we have a closed loop. And that's bad mojo. So we're going to we're going to go a little smarter about this. We're going to go more efficient about this. I need more space on my spreadsheet. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to leave. Instead of flying up and down, up and down, up and down, we can do that. We can do this more smart. The one thing that I know is reliable is the order of these. So we can number these instead, because they will correspond with the ones up top. And we can say, you know, row 2 is going to uplift 3 or whatever. And then we just, that's it. That's literally it. I don't even have to call it uplift. We just call it number 3, because we know 3 here corresponds with number 3 up the top. And we're going to ignore 1 and 7, because those are the back rows. And we verified that those are definitely a closed loop, and that's what we want them to be, so they're out of the picture. Not going to worry about those. So we're going to go number 2's input is 5. Number 3's input is I'm going to go east and west. No. Overcomplicated. Okay. These are the inputs. So down. Down is 5 and 6. Just I'm trying to make this so it will run faster, and I'm doing all this off screen, which is, I know, is terrible. Okay, so the down is 5 and 6. For rows 2 and 3, and then 4 and 5 will be 7 and 8. And then number 6 will be 12. It's easier for me if I bring up a menu or any kind of interface where I get control of the mouse. That allows me to go off screen. Thanks, Rex. I'm glad to know that I haven't just immediately put everybody to sleep by what I'm doing here. Sometimes this is what, you have to brute force the logistics and map everything out, because who knows what can go wrong. Like, I'm pretty sure that we discovered a closed loop, which means this factory would have failed if we had started it up. And it wouldn't have been overly obvious as to why. I mean, I would have had a pretty good inkling when I saw that only half the machines were running. But it wouldn't have been immediately obvious. All right, so we need to track. So this is the output, the up. Yeah, this going across, right? Because it pops up out. But we remember checking this one, so we know that's going to loop over here. That output is here. And it's 3 up on this side. Let's do W3 for west side 3. No, we should just do the number. It would be 13, 14, 15. So we'll just say 15. So we have 24 total conveyors. And then we need to figure out where the other one's coming up. You know what, while we're already on this side, because something's going to drag us to the air side. I already have it on the spreadsheet, so I know I don't have to check number 2 anymore. We're ignoring the back row because we know that is part of an isolated loop. So over here we're going to say that's number 8 and 9. Which puts us at... That's 12, 13, 14, 15, so 16 and 17. 16 and 17 is corresponding to 12 and 13. That's not right, 8 and 9. Yeah, these two right here. Which means the next two will be 18 and 19. I'm going to get shot in the back by that jerk that's always bullying me. And then 20, 21, 22. Oh, that's not right. 20, 21, 22, 23. Should be 24. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Oh, that's not 12, it's 13. 12's on the air side. You know, it's way too early in the stream for me to have mental mistakes. Mental fatigue hasn't set in yet. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. All right, so just all these. Which would make that 24 over there. Okay, excellent. So that's all of the downs mapped. And then continue with our up one. So that's going up. That's number 8. And after we have this map, we won't have to fly up and down, up and down, up and down. We'll just go up top, figure out where those correspond, and then it'll map itself. Of course, if it is a closed loop, as I suspect it is, then we're going to have to come up with a solution on how to That's the one dido. That's the only place where it's... So we look at this row right here. So that's 3. Number 8 is up on 3. So let's do row number 3. 1, 2, 3. Going up. Up. I'm not going to worry about doing the math as much as just making sure that these correspond. We already checked this one. Comes out the same place it goes in. That's all that's important. Goes up on 4. Pop that. Double check to make sure I didn't do anything wrong. So we're gonna go row number 4. Sure. All right, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going up here. You're also going all the way up. A 10-shotter. Yeah, so we've already mathed out these pipes because you can see it breaks somewhere other than where they're converging. That's perfectly fine. That will not impact anything. Because the fluid we only care about the solid parts that are moving around. So this would not have worked out too well because this doesn't go anywhere. Did not connect it. Obviously that one as well, but I'll worry about that one when we get there. So we are, so that's 12, 11, 10, number 9. We're going up on 9. See, this is another benefit of going through this. Like we find mistakes, and there are going to be mistakes. Hopefully that the only mistakes that if we only find mistakes where I forgot to belt something as opposed to belting something wrong, then we're way ahead of the curve. So this is number 5 going up here. Number 6 is going to take us to the other side of the building. Nope, number 5 is. Where's number 6 go up to? They both do. Okay. Oh, okay. One's the back row and one's the other side. So this is going to be number 5 is going to be the one that's going to the other side of the building. Number 6 is snaking under it. And this is the kind of intermixing that I want. I want them to flow around kind of haphazard like that. As long as it's one loop. So we need to make sure the outputs match. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outputting is, yes. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we should see this end right here. Does, very good. Another thing that we did right. So we're going up on 23. 5 goes up on 23. So we're on this side of the building. We'll just start. We'll go with number 9. That's 1, 2. Well, it's 7, 8, 7, 8, 9. Make sure I get my right cell so I don't have to keep track of that. Boom, 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 goes right here. Most of the ones on this side are going to come to this side because they're 9s. So a little bit easier. I'm not going to worry about counting. I just want to make sure the output goes lines up with the end of it. The last machine. Yes, very good. And this is going up. 13, 14, 15, 16. We're up on 16. That was the one we traced, right? That's 9 right there. 7, 8, 9. That wasn't 8. Keep track of that stuff. Yes, because it went up there, came out there, went up there. Okay, we were in the right places. You know, it moved us over, and we came back down. And it looked like we were misaligned. 7, 8, 7, 8, 9, 10. I know that repeat counting this seems unnecessary, but there's so much stuff here. It's easy to glance down and not realize that I'm looking at something we've already counted, because it just all looks the same. So just being methodical and recounting from the back, 7, 8, 9, 10 each time is just going to keep us from making, you know, a quick mistake, not realizing that we looked at and recounted something. Okay, that's the last machine. Yes, very good. Oh, no, I don't want to fall. I need to keep track of the thing. So I'm right in front of it, so I can count from there. Actually, 24, 23, 22, 21. And just a 21. And from the last will be 11. Going up over here, so this is going to wrap around. Let's do this one first, because this should save us from having to go back and forth. So let's go 12 first. Move my station on. There we go. Too bad I can't, you know, conveniently do dual screen on the video, the output. I mean, I can resize the windows. You guys can see what I'm tracking on the spreadsheet, but I think it would cover too much, to be honest. Let's see here. I know you'd be seeing me update a cell here and there. Gap. Oh, because yeah. So 24, 23, 22. So now we know that 11 is going to take us across the map. Top row, yeah. Aww. Little speed boost there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five, 6, 7. What? Should be 9. 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, we had 5 in the 4 on the other side, so that's good. Come out the same place. Yes. Going up on 11. We don't have any repeat numbers. That's good. And then number 6 goes up. Up, up. Goes all the way across, comes out the same place. And this should be 10. 12, 11, 10. All right, so all of our packers are now mapped. So we shouldn't have to come back to the bottom row with this unless our solution, unless we verify that we have a loop and that the solution to that loop involves coming back down. Which it probably would, because the belting is so tight on the top row that there really is no real room for flip-flopping. I mean, I'll investigate if there is, but potentially, probably not. Let's see here. No, we can't X these. Like, we can't have one going down and then cross over. No. The crossover can't be embedded in these lines. And swapping how these line up would just... I can't stress how much stress getting this all to work turned out to be. No! We can no longer fly up the middle, by the way. I had to roof it. We have to fly up the outside. We'll come up with some way of coming up and down. In fact, I think I have a way I'm going to do it once we seal off the building. But I think that the hover pack is probably going to be the main way up and down this building once it's done. I don't think that I'll be doing an internal hypertube system, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, this is going to be a little bit annoying because it's hard to see where everything's going, but we'll get through it here. So we're going to start with unpacker number 2, row number 2 right here. Let's see here. The belts under the pipes are the output because the output is empty canisters and fuel. So that's output. So output is down, going down the structure. And down should be things like, well, 1 is covered. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8 because they're grouped in the middle, and then on the end 12. Yeah, okay. So ignore this. This is going to be a down. It's the bottom one. Goes across. Number 12. So 2 down is 12. At least we don't have to fly between floors because all the up and downs are literally grouped like this. So the incoming, the up for number 2, is that bad boy right there. 11. Row number 3, that's the up. There's the next one up, so it's probably going to be 10. 10, very good. 3, output, which is down. Ooh. Stop doing that. It's the third one. Now it's the fourth one. That's the problem with just counting them because more get added underneath it. So 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. No. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. Twelve, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. I'm going to make sure. You know, painting these wouldn't have been a bad idea as I go. And that is row number 3. So I said 7. And so the next one in a row. Could you stop dropping me out of the sky? Like, I have power poles everywhere, and I always manage to find the one dead zone. All right, so this looks like it's the top. Well, nope, second to top at the end. Goes to right there. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. The down is 8. Row 4. 2, 3, 4. Input is the top. Tippy top. Can't run across it because it's going the opposite direction. You can see it really easily. 12, 11, 10, 9. Okay. Only 2 more rows to go. And we'll be doing these probably from the outside because they had to wrap around to not overlap. So row 5's input. It's right there on the bottom. A little easier to follow this one because we have machines in our way. I go to 3. Output down is second to top here. Let's do this because they're both going the same direction. So 5's output and then 6's output is right above it. Save us a trip. One, two, three, 4. So it's 4 and 5. And then the last input is going to be 6. 6 for row 6. It's going to be that guy right there. Eyes on it. That's 4. I must have lost eyes on it because we already accounted for 4. Four is an up. I think that it was just for row number 5. I think those were 5 and 6, and I think I put 4 and 5. Output, output, down, down. Top two. Yeah, I think I offset them by 1 row. In fact, I know I did because now I'm looking at them. I remember tracking the 2 rows, the row below it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, so 5 and 6. Okay, which makes that 4. Okay, this side of the building is done. We are 3/4 done already on our mapping. We'll then just have to create a loop of what attaches to what, and if it runs into a closed loop, then we know we're more or less in trouble. You know, that's a I don't know if it's a math puzzle, but there's the puzzle of if they had a group of, I think they usually word it as if you had a group of prisoners, and every prisoner had a unique number, say like 100 prisoners, 1 to 50 or 1 to 100, and you have 100 boxes, and you randomly put one number in each one of them. Everybody's number is in some box. Not necessarily the box with their number on it, but possibly. And each prisoner comes in one at a time and is allowed to guess. We're allowed to look at half of the boxes to find their number. And if they don't find their number, then basically everybody stays in prison. If everybody finds their own number within 50 guesses, then everyone gets released. And question is it 50-50? What method do you do to increase the odds? You know, if you just open random boxes, you have a 50% chance of finding yours within half the boxes. And that is not how you go about it. If anybody here is familiar with that question or familiar with the solution. I'll give you guys an opportunity to answer the solution if you know it while I figure this out. And if you don't know it, then I'll tell you. This is number 7, so number 8. And 8's down, it's output. These probably route the same, but they may not. I'll make that assumption. So that's bottom one. Goes up to being the second one. Goes this way and all the way out here to number 13. Thirteen is down. And their input, which is this side, is the next one up, which is going to be probably 12 or 14. Yep, we can see that from here. Excellent. It's nice when we can get a good vantage point, can actually track it. So the input of 9 is 15. It's the up, not 14, 15. Tried to keep them clustered as best I could, but unfortunately this was the last part I did. This floor was the last part. I had done all the ups and the groupings up and downs before I got here. I would have grouped them probably differently to where I could have just done these out in pairs if I had done it from the other way around. I don't know if it would have worked out better or not, but it would have made this designing this less of a nightmare. We are number 9 out. Is the top one up to this point. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We're on number 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be 10 right here. 10's output. It's going to be the top one, isn't it? Ooh, confusion. Isn't that the one that we just followed? Yeah, look at number 9's output. Right? Oh, I got that one wrong. It goes to right there. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Should have been 18. Next one's going to be 17. 7, 8, 9. And yeah, that's the guy that's on top before the crossover one. He is 17. Perfect. And its input is the top one, which is 1 over, so that will be 16. See that one really easily from here. Only 2 more rows to go. Guy's going to go in. They're not paired, so let's just do this. These two are paired for their inputs, so number 11 is going to 22. And 21, I think, is going to go back to the last row. During that's probably, I think it's the last up belt. That's got to be the right one. Yep. All right, and these two are grouped together. So number 11, second to top. Don't drop me. Trying to keep my eyes on the thing. Okay. 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. And then 19 would be the last one coming across. All right. We have them all mapped out. Now I just need a moment to create the loop. Packer to unpacker. So packer number 2 goes up on 15, which corresponds with unpacker number 9. Number 9 goes back down on conveyor 18, which corresponds with packer number 9. Unpacker 2 went. Packer 2 went to unpacker 9. Unpacker 9 went to packer 9, which feels different from what we saw before. Yeah, originally I said 2 went to 8. Wild. There's a discrepancy right from the get-go. before I continue this loop, let's verify this one thing. There's a discrepancy there between our two temps. Let's just follow 2. 2 should lead us to 9. I've been falling across the other way because 2 is on the other side. Doesn't feel right about this. This is 2. Going up. And go across the other side. I want to check the coming down. The coming down is correct. It's 5. We already know that this switches sides. We've checked this one twice. We'll just fly on over here. It is this grouping right here. (13, 14, 15). 13, 14, 15, 16. That's already wrong. No, no, right here. 13, 14, 15. Okay, it's right. That's correct. I was like, if it was wrong, then I should have had a number missing in my grid, and I didn't have a number missing in the grid. So confused. We're literally just going to track this one. Like, if this one's correct, we're just going to assume our new mapping is correct, and we're going to ignore the old output. So 13, 14, 15. According to our chart, this should lead to row 9. Seven, 8, 9. So our chart is correct. Okay. So 2 goes up on 15, which arrives at Unpacker 9. Unpacker 9 goes down on 18. 18 comes down to Packer 9. Packer 9 goes up on 16, which leads to Unpacker 10. 10 goes down on 17, which leads to 8. 8 goes up on 3, which leads to 5. 5 goes down on 5, which leads back to 2, and that's our loop. So we have a four grouping loop right there. That needs to be fixed. We're going to move beyond that. So Packer 3, we're just picking one that wasn't in the list. 3 is the first one. Went up on 4, which leads to 6. Six goes down on 6, which leads to 3. So that's a loop. That's a closed loop all entirely on its own. Three goes up on the number 4 belt, which arrives at Unpacker 6, goes back down on 6 belt, which arrives back on 3. Lovely. That's its own loop. I'm going to fold any of the packers that have been cracked. And honestly, once we figure this out, like I said, it's just going to be a little bit of belt shifting. We don't have to rebelt anything. But we do want it to be a closed loop, an entirely singular loop. Let's start with packer number 4. It's up on 9. I'm so glad that we did it this way. I mapped them out. What in the world? No. Thank you. 4 goes up on 9 to Unpacker 4. Unpacker 4 goes down on 8, which leads to 5. 5 goes back up on 23. Which is not on our chart. Maybe a boo-boo somewhere. So 5 comes up on 23, which is this guy right here, which is indeed an up. Which cannot be possible. 23 is the intentionally closed loop as part of the back row. I bet it was 22. No. What are our ups? 20, 22, 21. What's missing? 20 is missing. Yes. 20 is missing. I bet you it's on 20. No, it's not, because 20 is a down. This is 13, so 14, 15, and 16. Fourteen's missing. What does 14 lead to? 14 leads to 8. Wait for the autosave to get by, and then we're going to go back down and figure this one out. While I wait on the autosave, I'm going to put a 14 question mark. 5. A squirrel just ran across my fence, and I was literally like, squirrel! Oh. Lovely. So yes, this is mapped correctly. Where 8 is 14. So we just need to Packer. Packer 5 is the one that crosses over in the back. We're not going to run across the map for that because we had noticed that Packer 6 went up and over, or went up and under. 5 went up and over and around it. And see, like I think that's an opportunity for, when we say we need to break some of the loops, that would be an instance where we could have the 5 go over the 6 instead of the 6 going over the 5. And that would switch their order, as an example. So that right there is 5. Makes it, this is the output. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I transposed the numbers. They mirror each other. Number 13 on this end is 24 going up because that one on the corner just turns a corner and goes up. So I transposed all of these. So we don't need to remap it. We don't need to follow all the stuff again because we know where they arrive. I just need to change out some numbers. Like, I think that the other side is correct. Yeah, because 1 is in this corner, and it goes right across the corner to 1. But on this side, it flips. You see, this is 13 right here. It's coming out right here, and then it's going into the first one, which is 24 up top. And we mapped all of the top ones true to the back row. I think we're going to just invert these. And I copy the original set. And I'm just going to transpose them. Yeah, so like we don't have 24 listed because we wouldn't. All right, so what would have been 13? So 13 and up are the only numbers we care about. So 15 will translate into 22, 23 to 14. To 21, 21 to 16. 22 to 15. 17 to 20. 18 to 19, 19 to 18. 20 to 17. 24 to 13. I need to do that for the unpackers as well. No. Because the unpackers were, yeah, it was just the packers on their way up that got flipped. Okay. Like an unpacker that is attached to a high number, to 15, for example, was literally attached to 15 because that was, we were checking it on the back row, which is past the flipping. So we're going to do one example, make sure that our methodology is fine. Do good old number 8 here. Nope, not going to do number 8 because it's taking us across and I don't want to deal with that. Do number 9 here. Which is right there. So come around there. So this would have been 16 before. But now it should be 24, 23, 22, 21. So we'll follow this up and see that it goes to 21. It's fourth one over. I don't even need to. We have to go up there anyway. Yeah. 24, 23, 22, 21. Which means it should go to the very back row. This should take us to unpacker number 12. If it does, then I think we got our problem fixed. And this might, I mean, this is going to resolve the loop. Because maybe we won't have a loop now. I don't think we're going to get that lucky, but it'll be a different loop, if anything. That's the guy right there that my cursor is on. I'll lose sight of it. Yes, all the way back to the back row. Excellent. All right. Transposing is a success. All right. Tossing out all previous results. Although I suspect 3 and 6 are still going to be their own loop because they're both on that east side, and neither one of them went to the high numbers. Okay, let the excitement begin. Number 2 goes up on 22. I'll tell you what, let's add to the riveting excitement so you can see how basic I'm doing this. Why does this thing like to move on me? So that's the old numbers. So 2 is going up on 22. It's coming up on 11. 11 is going back down 20. here to 8. 8 goes back up on 3. It's 5. 5 goes down on 5. Which is back to 2. The loop got even smaller. I think this was our original. This is our original loop. This resolves. We said that there was something weird. But something weird was on this part. This was our original loop. 211, 8, 5. Ignore the 3. So that's a loop that we have to break. And I'm making this up as I go along, so you know, if I go back on a methodology, it's because I didn't know what I was doing to begin with. Packer 2 and 8 are resolved. I'm not going to worry about the unpacker side. Just I mentioned the logic puzzle earlier. That if the prisoners if there's 100 prisoners and they have to pick half of the 100 boxes with their numbers in it, and they're looking for their number. The methodology, the very highest, by far highest methodology, is that they pick the box with their number on it, and if their number isn't in it, they go to the box of the number that was in their box, and that's going to loop through the boxes. If there is a closed loop, which is possible, then they'll arrive back at that box, in which case they have to pick another box to get into the next loop. But in most instances, you're going to see more unique boxes that way. And you can't if you pick your own box, the reason why you have to pick your own box is that you'll have to be part of the loop that has your number in it. Because the loop can't refer back. So say you pick box number 5 and it had 11 in it. You can't find another box that has 11 in it without going back to 5. So the loop cannot end without coming back to the box you started with, and the box you started with is your number. So you always pick the box with your number on it, then follow the loop. It's not a guarantee. If there can be closed loops, and that's just unfortunate if it happens, but you're guaranteed to be, the loop would have to be larger than half of the entire grid. And you're guaranteed to be in the loop that has your number in it by doing so. So, let's see here. Packer 3 goes up on 4. Up on 4. It's 6. 6 goes back to 3. So that is still the closed loop. I thought so. The music kept cutting in and out for you guys. That seems weird. It's like meow, 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 and then there's just silence. 4 goes up on 9. 4. Nope. 4, nope. Four goes up on 9. Comes back to 4. Goes down on 8, which comes back to 5. Five goes up on 14, which goes to 8. Mark these as I go. Unpacker 8 comes down on 13. 12. 12's on 15 to 9. 9's on 18, back to 10. And on 16, which goes to 10. 17, which comes down to 11. Eleven goes up on 11. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Oh, 2, the unpacker of 2, not packer 2. Comes down on 12. Takes us to 6. Goes up on 10. Unpacker 3. Unpacker 3 goes back down on 7, which is the back to the loop. I should leave that empty just to signify that that's a loop. And that just leaves 9 going up on 21 to 12. 12 goes down on 19, which is back to 9. That's a closed loop. All right, so we have 4 closed loops that we're going to have to deal with. I think that I'm going to park the fixing of this. Now we know what we have facing ahead of us. And I want to start running, because this is going to cause us to do some belting shenanigans. And I want to actually do piping and progress. And, you know, once we have the piping in place, then we can belt around it if we need to. All right. Now that I've run everyone off with that exciting exercise, I think what we're going to do is let's start the piping, the proper piping, which we need a bunch of copper sheeting. We're going to start running these down the face of the building. And currently I'm using concrete walls. I don't know if that's going to be our final wall texture. It might be. You know, concrete, the coloring of the concrete walls, it's kind of muted. And if we're going to do like lit up signs on the front of it, it might make a good contrast. Build up. Don't care if we got... Okay, as long as we got all this, I do not care about the filling up. Yeah, we'll worry about uncongesting it later. So what we need is a total of how many generators we have on a given floor, which I am pretty sure is on the spreadsheet. Figure out how many generators eat up how much fluid. I think 50 generators eat up 60 or 600 fluid. I feel like I had that math done somewhere. So we're going to be doing a split of probably mid to high 20s. Reference my spreadsheet again. Because we're going to want to divide the available fluid on each floor. Well, yes. So each generator uses 12 fluid per minute. It's 50 generators to do 60 pipes. We want to kind of reverse that math though. So let's go with new chart over here. Fill pipes. East and west. This is the west side. It's 540. The other side is 600. I know that already. So we'll split them in half, right? Roughly in half, because we want them to end on the same floor. And so that will give us, I don't want to have to do an underclock though. So we're going to have to, in some cases, we're going to have to adjust a little bit, but that's going to give us 25 generators on one side and 22 and a half on the other. We're not going to do halves, so we'll do 26 and 22. And no, we'll do 25 and 22. We have half left over coming out of this pipe, which we can flow to the next floor, but inside the wall, so it doesn't have the outside, and then it'll merge with, no, it can't merge because it would merge with this pipe, which is going to be at 600. We can get creative with it. Let's just start piping, and we'll get creative with it as we go. Get our method figured out. Like, how high up do we want to place the hole? We're going to go for the middle of a block. I don't know if it's going to be that block or not. Well, this will be our best way of determining. We might have situations where we have them running into machines. Oh, no, we won't. Because on other floors, when they come down, they'll come down like this, and then they'll just turn and then go around the outside. So we don't have to run the pipes over the machines. We'll run them around the machines. So that will be fine. So we don't have to worry about all that alignment stuff. And I think we'll do it through the open space. The first, whatever the first open lane is, because that's going to be different on depending on the floor. So I think that we do 3 up. So these are 2 up, 2 stackers high. I'm going to do 3 stackers high. Or maybe 4, so where the walls come down to. Yeah, 4 stackers is... 3 stackers is in the middle. I want it higher rather than on its level in case we need to do some weird splitting somewhere else. I want more room to gravity feed down and come back. So we'll do something like that. Although we'll probably do it in line with the actual... Oh, and where's 1? Pipe color, you know, I'm gonna leave it set to yellow because it's easier to paint the pipes than it is the connectors. No, we're gonna be doing way more piping than we are gonna do connectors. Something like that. Change that to horizontal to vertical. Still sloping, isn't it? Yes, this was the thing earlier I was talking about. If we're only 1 height off the curve, well, we're 2 heights off. It'll slant. It's not giving us a true L shape. Okay, let's try this. Before we change the height of it, let's try just changing the angle. That's going to slant, but that won't. That's going to slant. All right, we'll just do it like that. There we go. We got a method. Works for me. Well, now we need a math. So these are rows of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $18. Okay, we did a half. Okay, let me finish this thought. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I said we needed 22 and a half, and I didn't want to do a half, but I'm splitting these between 2 floors. So it would be 22.5. We're only doing 22 on this floor. Next floor it will be 23 for that same pipe. Yeah. We got a method here. We're cooking with gas now. And we don't need to put an end cap on this one. We'll just make a turn. This is going to be the last row for this. Actually, before I do that, we may need to... So the half is actually just a ballpark. We need to make sure we have enough fuel coming to the whole floor. So if cutting the both of them in half isn't enough to cover the whole floor, then we need to adjust, do more than half. So we said there was 9 per. So that'd be 27. And we were only bringing 25 down. That's okay. We'll adjust on the other one. We'll put more than its 25 in. We'll have less than 25 left on the next floor. It'll work. It'll work. We have some weird growing pains, but we'll figure it out. Let's make sure it's actually a perfect grid. This one isn't a perfect grid, right? Because this is our last floor that we built. -3 on this. We need to actually count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Then it will be 9, so that's 24. 5, 26, 27, 28, 29. I need a wall. I need this. What does anymore? I don't care. So it's 348 fuel, 29 machines. Is this grouping? Not that one, because we did that entire row. This is where that grouping is going to start. I think I'm actually going to adjust this a little bit. Let's... I don't know how I want to match these up. Match those up on the end, okay. Going in by 2, it's the same. When you're taking the turn, it's the same calculation as doing a conveyor for your 90 degree. It's if you're doing the end capping like I do, that you only go off by 1. If that made any sense whatsoever. But since I'm leaving these here, rather than replacing them with a junction, I need them to be offset by 2. Feels faster when I'm running on the ground. It's safe to. We don't have to worry about head lift. I guess I could have done that over there. We don't have to worry about head lift because the fluid is coming from the floor above us. So any downward momentum is conserved. It can go back up as long as it never goes above the original elevation. So we can go all kinds of loopy-loopy crazy with these pipes and we don't have to worry about flow. Probably should do the split earlier. The sooner it splits, the more even the distribution of the fluid. Like this one was lined up one shy rather than two because I'm going to replace it with an end cap. One's going to be a little awkward. Hopefully the turn will look good. Yeah, looks fine. Okay. So this one is running to 22. Let's do this. 64. Should offset it because there might be scenarios where we need to go down behind the wall so that we don't see it merging from the outside, just for visual purposes. I'll come back to that in a moment. Third wall height. And we just need to keep track of how much fluid we've used from a given set of pipes. And then it'll all work out. Some places we might have to be a little creative. Oh, plastic. I'll have plastic. Oh, get some plastic. Fortunately, we're making it on site. It's just a little bit of a trip. We're gonna put the temporary floor out here to remind us which one to come back to. Geronimo, over the edge. Plenty of time to take a drink. We could use some more space. We're going to come back to that a little sooner than I'd like to. Is there anything I want to dump on my inventory? We're going to need the piping. We'll just have to come back sooner than I wanted. Because we'll start eating up that copper sheeting that's in our inventory, so. As mentioned earlier, I think my strategy for being able to get in and out of the building once the building is built is that I think along the center of the back row, at every floor, I think there's going to be either a landing or there's going to be a large door, like the large mechanical garage doors, so we can just fly up and in. And then, of course, there's going to be power everywhere after we run all this stuff anyway, so oh, I can't pick that up now because I don't have room for the plastic. All right, well, that's fine. I'll have room in just a moment. But the getting between the floors would require a hover pack. And then there will probably be a like a hyper tube that goes from the bottom floor to the top floor, because we're going to put one more floor on top of this, and it's going to be the observation deck, so we can come up there and look across the horizon And at that ugly mess that won't be so ugly once we're done with it. That's... If you're curious about that, watch next episode tomorrow. Because that will be in tomorrow's publication. Okay, and... is already wrong. Something's wrong. Oh, that's fun. Okay, that's what's wrong. That's not coming in on this. Want it to come in on this? No, because this is part of the flare. Okay, yeah. I want this to run along this line. I want it to come in right here. I forgot to copy the air sign while I was over there. Oh, good grief. What did I do wrong? Oh no, I got it right. Yeah. So this is not how we're going to do this. We're going to figure something out that we talked about last time that I said we'd have to figure out and future me would have to resolve. And now future me has to resolve it. So we don't want... We want the pipe to pass by because it's going to go 2 floors. So we need to split off and go in through a window. And I don't think we can get away with... Let's do something here. I don't think we can get the juncture to snap. Like I said, I think it's too close. I need that to snap perfectly to that. We need to find a way of locking that on that location. Come on, there's a pipe thing right there, right across from you. You literally want to pipe. You want to lock onto. Look at this. Everything else, except for the actual thing. And it wants to rotate. Let's try something that, even if it works, we're probably not going to want to have to do. Like that's actually gonna do anything for us. Although, no, because it's gonna be flat. I need it to be up on end. I need to be Not gonna work. Like, this is what it's gonna take to put it on a flat surface, right? And turn the way we want it to turn. No, not even that will. This will go up and down. This is going to be misaligned, but I just want to actually... See, that's what we need. We need to find a way of pushing that to align. Because like this is perfect, right? I think that's probably exactly where we need it. If we could just nudge it over a little bit. Oh, I wonder if... It's a real long shot. I think it's the right height. Well, let me stack it on next to it. Okay. We might have to brute force this and just manually align it. Like blasphemy. Like, we could use wall holes, but I don't know if that'll be... Let's stick out too far. No, it's the same width. Okay, okay, I think we got it. I mean, we might have to adjust where we put the initially. Oh boy, I think we got it. I think we got our method. Oh, come on. I know you can do close piping, close connections. You're just gonna be as stubborn as you can. We are not gonna run you through the wall. Maybe we will. Just leave the pipe hole there so it looks real. I think it's what we're gonna have to do. I think that's what we have to do. Not excited about it, but it gets the job done. That's not gonna work out either. Da, 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 da. I know that that's offset. There's a reason for it. I don't want to have to do two sets of these, so I need this to do a 90-degree turn coming out of the wall. I'm probably going to have to move it over even more. I think I get that out of the way. Oh, you're going to want to turn all the way, aren't you? You're really going to not cooperate. Maybe we have to go with this. All right, we'll just do it. Not gonna fight with it anymore. Just have extra stackers for the redirect. What? Seriously? You really thought that that was what I wanted you to do? All right, we've got our method. That's going to go to 22. I got to do the sign. We're not worried about all the walling stuff. That's the last thing we're going to do. The whole place is create the facade. We just need enough wall to actually connect stuff to. Put this somewhere near it. Don't care. Copy. I lost power, which means I lose my extra range. Okay, so we need to do the same. Oh yeah, we need to hover outside. All right. We need to do the pipe hole. Quick. There. Whoop. Happens when I tab out of something. It goes right back into the game. I'm not even sure that these are going to stay orange because they're going to be outside of the facility. So they'll probably get repainted. Well, the inside orange because of the fact that they have fuel going through them. For some reason, fuel is orange. The outside will be visible. That doesn't look right. I think it is right, though. We're gonna go all the way over to here. Oh boy, I don't know if the pipe's gonna go that far. Survey says pipe too long. Way too long. All right. All good. I just realized something. We do this first. I connected that one in multiple places and I don't need to. These are grouped. Let's do this. You don't need all that piping shenanigans. We literally connect it in one place and let it flow. Let it flow, let it flow. We don't need any of this. Well, we kind of need some of it, but not in that method. So we don't need this to be a split. We're gonna wrap this around, and it's gonna snake. And I definitely prefer this method. I mean, it's good if you can do like an early split between them, but I don't want to hit each one of them over like. I don't want to spread it out that much, because then you have a bunch of machines getting very little. I'd rather just start filling machines up and getting them to run consistently rather than having a bunch of them and then sputter out, up and then sputter out. If I can do just like a one early split, then that's fine. Like if I connected it to here and then spread them out both ways, that would be okay. But I want to have the main line keep splitting into multiple segments. If I connected to that one, I'd have to still go over to the other one. I'm gonna do it this way. I stackered that guy right there too high. I'm not worried about the cables because the cables are not going to be there for long. They'll be replaced by real cables that will actually do connecting of the whole factory. Okay, so that goes down, loops, comes back. Yep, that looks right. Loops around. And ta-da. Then it cuts off there. And this is the other guy, which is connected already. So this is 22 machines, 264. We took say minus 264 out of this one. I believe it was 276. That does not sound like a good number. Why am I messing up my spreadsheet? It is. It's 23. I knew that it would work out. So the next floor is going to have 23 machines grouped for this, which we already knew. We have 348 on the other side, I think. Oh, we're stuck in our... Oh. Say autosave. That's... $21 machines worth of fuel left on the other side, 23 machines on this side. this is going to work out well, I think. We're going to have to get a little creative on our merging, because we're going to be bringing down a 600 line that's going to have to merge with... We may not merge at all, actually. We'll pipe over and run parallel. Okay, yeah. No problem. So I think this, not only is this floor piped, but I think we've got our template for the rest of them. Yes. So we said it's going to be the third up. Nope. No. Zoop. Thank you. One, two, three. We don't have to do the split trick because we're gonna use up all of the piping, all of the fuel. I'm suspecting that we're going to need to augment this floor with the next pipe coming down. So I'm just gonna redo that. And actually what we'll probably do is something like that. Actually, we'll do... Oh, yeah, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Let's do this for now. 21 machines, 23 machines. I'm going to remain consistent, and I'm going to do this side first, then that side. Just so that we have a reliable method. Until we find that there's any a reason to do otherwise. Target it, can't target it. Got it. We need sign. And this is going to be 21 machines eating up 270. It's going to be 23 machines eating up 276. The ones on the other side. And again, I don't think we're going to have enough. I think we're going to have more machines than we can feed. It's absolutely fine, which is what the second hole will be for. So let's start our running. And then we'll start doing our math. And since we left these so high, if we need to bring other ones in, I can replace these with pipe stackers as well, and just run it under and past, or over, in fact. Actually, probably over. Because again, we don't have to worry about head lift. So if it has to come out of that hole and pop up over and run across the top of them, it doesn't matter. It's all gravity fed. Just a moment. Sorry about that. Usually mute my phone before I stream. All right, where were we? Connecting. That should be all for that. Then we'll have to wrap around as appropriate. The 23 we said. Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Another 9 row. 18. Five more. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And falling out of the sky. Break it right there. That one high because we are only connecting machines. Oh, we 1 by 2. Really? I'm like, why is this not letting me connect? The other side. It's because it was wrapping around. Okay. I think all the rows are unified on every floor except for the top floor, which would put us at 27? 9, 18, 27, which is we don't have enough fuel for. Oh, but it's okay. 7, 28, 29. We have 21 worth. Let's go 18. I want to do this. 18. I want to be able to connect on the side for both of them. All right, let's go. Let's go from the other way. I'm trying to minimize the amount of piping we're going to need to do. We're going to bring in that second one, and this is where one of the benefits of the split, because the pipes on the outside are going to go down. One can come in the window without it changing the shape. It's not a big deal because that was going to move. It was going to pass by that floor anyway, so it'll be seamless, even though they won't be passing inwards on both sides. I mean, sure, there's a little juncture in there that doesn't match across the way, but the pipe itself will still run. So 9, 10, 11, 20, 1. I noticed that yellow pipe junction. You can see where I've had to fix things. Or I missed it when I was painting between sessions. Because we had realized last session, after we were literally on the last floor of doing all these pipings, when I went, oh wait a minute, we could have set that to paint them for us. So between sessions, I went through and I painted everything. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left over. So we'll have to run another pipe down here for the last 8. Super simple. We're not going to need that hole because I think we're going to go above it. Let's figure out how we want to do this. Let's get the baseline that we know. It's going to want to be on top. Now where would that line up? That lines up right there. I think that's okay. Again, because that pipe is going to be passing by it, so we don't have it ending in a weird place. That will be no problem at all. Oh, that's right. Oh, this one's actually going to dead end here. This one will be passing through the wall, cheaty style, because can't seem to do it any other way. This will also give us a juncture point because these pipes are going to, in fact, this is probably the last pipe that's going to make it all the way without some kind of extender. Why is that not? Oh, really uncooperative. It's going to have to be. We bring it in higher. Will the auto horizontal to vertical make it look all right? We'll put it one segment higher. We'll leave that there for now in case we need to use it. Maybe that wasn't going to work. We don't have to remap it out if this doesn't work. Oh, of course you want to get in the way. Guess we will have to remap it out. There's no way you're doing it. I'm gonna have to push that to the wall. I don't really want to because I like keeping it off the wall. It says as he starts putting it against the wall. Just test how close to the wall it has to be. Not gonna matter. It would have to be over here. Okay. We got this. We got this. Right. We don't need to run that yet. We do the same thing we did over here. And this will force it to take the correct turn. Don't need to reinvent the wheel. Although it would help if I put it to the right height. Think about that music. That sounded like it had a growling in it for a moment there. I thought we were being stalked by a charger. Like, I don't think they spawn this high up. I was confused for a moment. Can I get to here? Yeah, we're gonna get to here. One of the nice things about running piping versus conveyors is that they're bidirectional, so you don't have to worry about which direction you're dragging them. It just works out. I'm going to connect this right here. That's going to help extend the other pipes, because it's going to have to run all the way to the end. A temporary reminder where we're at. Take away the previous one that we didn't have the space for. Take a dive. Oh, I just wanted to see which one was the one. We wanted to get plastic last time we were here anyway. That'll help. In fact, let's turn those 3 rods. Guess there's another stack of plastic. We're not producing it very fast, but at least we're producing it. We're also going to need to probably make a lot more canisters. In fact, I want to come back down here after that fills up and then probably start another set of canisters while we're doing this. I mean, we got plenty of time for it to make the canisters, so we still have to, after we finish the plumbing, we still have to run all of the cabling, and we still need to run the oil wells to the building. Although the oil wells are already placed, they're already overclocked. I can't pick this up again. I did it again. Oh, we're almost out of copper or iron sheeting, iron plating. I bet we use for. Yep, we're gonna go right back downstairs. I think I was talking about the oil wells. They're already overclocked and already running to the building. We just have to decide on how we're going to run them into the building. Is that right? It is right. Go ahead. Maintain the height. All right, so that guy is attached to, I said 8 machines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. The first 2 pipes are now completely done. We just need to subtract 8 machines worth of fuel from our other belt here. Or pipe. Eight times 12 should be 96. Or 176. 12. Right. Wait, I was like, how could I be that far off of my math? And again, these signs are temporary just for if something doesn't seem to be working right, we don't have to follow the entire path to figure out what was going where. We can just look at the signs and go, okay, this pipe did this, this, and this. And then if we go, oh, here's where the math is, where we did something wrong, you know. $21, which was or 52. Oh, that is not a spreadsheet. I was just jotting notes and it was trying to tell me my formula was wrong. It's like, it's not a formula, it's just notes. So this pipe is, or it was, 540. Let's say pipe 2 minus 96 because it stole 96 from it early. That's a 444 pipe. And or there's probably, I know this one's a 600, right? We looked at it ahead of time. This one's a 600. So half of the 444 is 222, which is 18.5 machines. And then 300 for uh, $300 for the other one, which would be 25 machines. So we're going to do 18. We're going to do 18 machines. I'll take 216 from our 444. Or just 216. 18 machines worth, okay. Even it's 228 for the floor below. Which will be 19 machines. And then 25 and 25 for the other one, because 300 is an easy one. And, you know, we might run into a situation where we have too much fuel and where one pipe would want to go down further than the other one. In that case, that one, it would go down further, we'll pipe it on the inside. So they dead end at the same point, rather than us having to stretch out further on the other one in a weird way. So how far can we run this? Oh, we need copper sheeting. Iron sheeting, that's on the other side of the building. Oh, while we're over here, we got that done. Yeah. Alright, we didn't manage to run ourselves out of any material. Geronimo! Clip the side of one of these and go splat. Let's get rid of... we don't need that. It's gonna sound counterintuitive, but let's get rid of that too. The reason is because I think on the last session we stacked all these up because we needed space and I forgot to pick them back up. So we're gonna grab those rather than take from the production, just to clean them up. Let's run across so we can see better where we're going. I'm going to kind of miss seeing all of these hanging out because once we have walls in the way, we're not going to see that effect. But I think that if we over window it to show it, then the exterior probably wouldn't look quite right. I still don't know yet. I don't know how we're going to do the glass. Like this all has to be brought forward, and then we have to do the exterior wrapping on these floors that are irregularly shaped. Well, I mean they're regularly shaped, but they're not all evenly shaped. I guess that's what I'm getting at. I think we're going to... I know I need to repaint those. I'm going to come back and do that later. We're going to use those just as a halfway point. That'll be the point to where... oh, really? Just really? Apparently it won't. And you know, what else we know is... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We might as well drag them down while we're here. Also give ourselves some more accessible power. We know at this point there won't be any breaks in these. I thought about grouping them tighter as well, but given the scale of the building, I thought that maybe farther away it would be better to see them spread out a little bit more. Not really sure. I mean, it's a pretty wide building, so... Alright. So... those 2 floors are done. Let me stop falling. Thank you. Oh, that worked out. I didn't even consider that parts of the building are skinnier. I mean, we're having it go in, so it's going to follow the curve of the building. Oh, that would have been perplexing had that gotten far enough down that it didn't overlap an actual wall. I mean, that was the plan all along. I'm going to pre-run that there because well, we know it's going to split because it's a 3 hits. We're at a new pipe, so it's 300 for this floor, 300 for the next floor. And it's going to be 25 machines. Oh, we don't have to curve this around because it's coming out perfectly, straight ahead. Go right to the source. Right there, 1, 2. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 3 times 7 is 21 plus 4. Great math prowess. One, 2, 3 plus 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Break it there. Really what gets up and running is, honestly, this is going to be our last... On this project, this is our last live stream. We are not doing another stream on this one. If somehow we don't have it turned on by the end of the stream, then that's just going to have to be wrapped up into an episode. We need this. We need it running because the project I'm working on in our episodes is going to eat up some power when it's turned on. That complex over there that's not yet a complex. That doesn't look right. That's not right. I drew that in the wrong place. Wow, how did I get that off so far? Okay, so that's the 25 for this floor, or for this pipe for this floor. 300. Then whatever's left will be for the other one. Our target was 19 machines, but it's literally just whatever's left because it's a full pipe, or it's not full, but it's a untapped pipe. So we can go above the 19. We have 14, 15, 16, 17, or we can go below the 19. I worry about clipping with poles, because the power poles are not remaining. Don't need to run us out so far, but I want it to be consistent with the other ones. Because that's where it came through the wall. The hover pack is just so spoiling. I mean, you know, before you get the hover pack, you're doing everything on the ground, and then it's like, how far away from the ground can I... That's not right. How far away from the ground can I be? I want to regroup this. No, not gonna matter. I can't get this whole row to come over here. Clearly not thinking when I started doing this. At 14, 15, 16, 17. So we'll just have the piping cross section, and then dead end over there. Three. One, two, three. Bring it down. Complete the end. Spin it. Oh, there's no way that's gonna reach. Not even close. That's alright. Knew that going into it. Never expected. I might get a little closer, but I would never expected it to go. I gotta be careful and make sure I'm connecting it to the junction and not that little pipe ring. But that's just there for show. Otherwise, the literally won't be getting any of the feed. So, you know, after the whole thing's running, I'm sure off camera, because it's going to take time for the whole thing to go up and running. But I'll have to come back to here and monitor all the floors. Make sure that we actually have, you know, fuel reaching all the machines. Perfect alignment, excellent. Why does that seem like it's downhill? Did I... Oh. Because I had one too many rungs on this ladder. Its alignment was perfect to there, but not to here. Easy fix, since I had not removed the stacker poles. Alright, so we said we did 17. 14, 1, 2, 3, yes. Zero 4. Update my spreadsheet accordingly to how much we actually used. Which is going to leave us with 240 for the next floor. There'll be 20 machines and 25 on the other. So we're going to have, this is going to be one of those scenarios where we probably have too much fluid for one floor between the two pipes, in which case we'll overflow on the interior wall. Because I think the next floor is where we want these pipes to run out. That's another completed floor. One, two, three. Regardless, I want this to end here. You know what we should do is, while we're here, do like we did on that one and start dragging these down. Now I'm kind of wishing I had moved that up one, because the junction box, the junctures are in a different alignment over there. I'm going to see if I can get away with... I mean, it's probably at this height not going to be visible anyway. Let's see if we can actually make it that far. We can. Alright. So this won't be perfectly aligned with that side, but it will be with this side. Where's our nearest power pole? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Of course, we will still have to go back up there to look at what the numbers are. I don't have them recorded, I don't think. And if I do, then it's somewhere in the giant mess of all my notes. I don't think that I have. Okay. So that floor is done. That was... floor number 3, right? 1, 2, 3, yep. Yep, starting on number 4. We said we have 20 for one side, 25 for the other. I want to stay consistent and start on this side. Pipes going through, yeah. So this would be 25 on one side, 20 on the other. We should have more on this floor than the previous. This is going to be a 9 wide, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. It'll be a 9 by 6 grid. Is that perfect? No. That's 54. We only have enough fuel for 45. Okay. That's fine. We have that method of bringing in. But that means we won't have any left over that has to go down the inside. That works fine for us. I'm going to go ahead and drag this over because we know we're going to need to do it anyway. I want to go all the way out. I don't like it that way. I had to do it on the other one because it's where it was coming in from the wall. I'm going to have to do it the same way on every floor. And not just build a... Mustn't have clicked the second time. Alright, so 25, so 9, 18, we need 7 more. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27? It's, oh, 25. We need 25. We need 7 more, not 27. And I'm now trapped. I'm feeling powerless. Of course, we could be just grouping, like, we could cut down the middle, but just snaking it just makes it easier to keep track of it. Fewer rows that we have to include. I feel like it's better off for us. And we'll need to connect the front and second row. This is going to have to wrap around. Let's see. Right, we're going to need to bring in more fuel from another pipe. We're going to have 29 left, and we're going to have 20 worth. We already have a method for that, so that's all good. I don't know if that moved that in by 2 or did it move it in by 1? That's right. That's not on top of it, it's just optical illusion. That's on top of it. I think I'm going to recopy this because I think 25 is going to be our norm. I'm not sure why we did 29 on the first run. And we did 29 and 21, so it worked out. Copy that. So we're going to need an extra... Was it going to work out exactly an extra 9, did I say? We have 20... We have... Oh, we don't have 3 full rows. Oh, yeah, we do. Because I pre-connected that. That's what we're thinking about it. The 27, 29 is easy math because we have 20 and 9 is a row, so we just don't connect the last row. When we bring in the new pipe, it just feeds into the last row and Bob's your uncle. So these two right here will be our 18, 19, 20. That's 3, and I think this is going to land right there. Looks right. Will this reach? I think it will. Yes, very good. There's our 20. Here's our 9. 240. And 108. Here, 8. Make a note on my spreadsheet. Plus 9. No, don't tell me I messed up formula. It's not formula. There's a plus sign in there. That'll be pipe number 3. Which we'll figure out the math of that once we get there, because we need to go back up top and determine how much it's actually in the pipe. First, I'm gonna run these. You know it's not gonna reach. Good to hear. That'll work. We'll connect it on this side so that we have a closer connection to the final one. Nope, not you. I want this one to come from the bottom because I want to be clear of the passover pipe. Another autosave. This is floor 5 of 11. So they're going more quickly. We're getting the rhythm. After this, we're going to start running cable. And then our crude. And then we will consider, depending on what, the time looks like. Oh. How close is this? Really? How is that not? Did I go up one too many? I think it did. I feel like this should be exact. There we go. Don't mess with me. Alright, back row. Run our cabling, run our crude. We'll look at the time. And then determine whether or not we need to, just jumpstart a one of the loops, or if we have time to try to resolve our loops. The circulatory loops that we discovered. Because we're going to fire up this, to some capacity, we're going to fire this thing up tonight. And while there is a ridiculous amount of cabling to do, it doesn't take that long. Once you have, you figure out how far you're going to put your poles at, and they'll be mostly along the ceilings, and we just draw, run up and down the lanes, and then move on. Because we don't have to mat anything, other than how many, we can stretch it to. But one cable running through the entire facility carries all the load, so it's not like splitting pipes and whatnot. I'm still not sure how we're going to do between floors. We'll probably just run a vertical exterior one straight up the back. In fact, you might already know we will, because we talked about how I want to do the entrances, and we're going to want to have a reliable way of flying up with our hover pack. Okay, so pipe number 3. We should do this while we're here. There's virtually no chance that we're going to do the exterior on this run. I'll probably do that off camera. I mean, it's literally going to be running walls up and down, up and down, up and down, stepping away from it, taking a look at how it looks, maybe goofing around with paint, goofing around with windows. It's going to be a long process. And it's going to be very repetitious, because it's going to be, I don't like this, go and change that. I don't like this, go back and change that. Okay, it's number 2's dead end, perfect. I'm going to record these while we're here. Oops. Let's see, 600, 540, 560. $540, a couple of 6s. Yep, 2 600s. Let's grab these other ones as well, and extend them down while we're at it. $100, 540, 540. $540, 600, 540. Now we don't have to come back up here to figure out where we're at. So our eastern pipe, which is this side, not this side, it's the other side. Our western pipe, pipe number 3, is a 540. That one right there. And our eastern pipe, which would have been 560, which is our 9.33 machine pipe. We've already borrowed 108 from. So one of these, either the floor we're getting ready to do or the floor below it is going to have the one underclocked generator. Because the amount of fuel with the 452 fuel we have in it does not come out evenly by 12. And I don't think I underclocked a generator anywhere. I sure hope I didn't. Would have been silly to have done so. All right. Number 3. Come on down. Oh, we are out of concrete. We're doing on other materials. Finally eating through the copper sheeting. Probably use a little bit more iron plate. Grab another one that stacks off the ground. A little more plastic. Woo! That feels like those, skydivers where you see them all just one after another jumping out and flipping backwards. And one of my bucket list things to do is to skydive. But I've mentioned that before. That the reason I haven't gone skydiving is because I don't want to just do it once. I want to get a license and equipment. And be able to do it whenever I darn well please. That takes capital that I do not currently have. I always wanted to scuba dive too, because I love swimming. Love underwater. But that's way more expensive. Way more expensive. Alright, I think I want to go ahead and I wanted to keep these two isolated. Oh, this is what we're gonna do. We're not, because we're still gonna. We just took plastic. We're gonna let the plastic refill before we move it into a new production cycle. And in the meantime, we're just gonna let this drain out. And we'll come back later. Let's see here. Grab one more plastic. Might be a while before we're back here. And go ahead and grab the last sheeting off the ground. Most of it's going to be, most of what the rest we're going to be using is copper sheeting, which is all the way over the other way. I didn't mark what floor we came off of, but I still need to delete that floor piece, so. We are on the 5th floor, but it's coming from top to bottom, so bottom to top. I never noticed the wrecking ball icon. I totally don't even pay attention to the cursor. That's the first time I had to stare at it long enough to realize that the deconstruction cursor was a wrecking ball. Okay, this floor's done. We're going down next floor. Yes. I need to work out the math. We're gonna start laying out where they're gonna come down to. Oh yeah, we wanted to drag these down. We're going to be consistent with the other. Here, we need to go 4 over. With the other wall, and we're going to put it on the halfway point. Right there. What? How? Oh! That's the new floor we're going to. This is the floor I think that we needed to... No, no. They're going down to that floor. That doesn't make any sense. Like, these were down further. Oh, no, they weren't. They were just shy of being down. I thought they were a block further down. Let's adjust these. Easy to do while we're here. They were consistent. Come on. Guys, I was that close to the max length. I went up just enough to get the click and ran out of power and settled back down. It was like a stretch. And yeah, my inventory was full. Thought that might happen. There we go. They're literally the same length. Why How can it be too long? This must be placed wrong down here. That must be off by 1. Oh, it's over. That's why. Now we really are on the margin. Okay. Next floor. One, two, three. This is a new pipe, so this one's going to be split. We need to do the split trick. A little bit of that. That. There we go. Oh, these are right up on the edge, so we need to take this one over. All right, so we have $240, $270. Which is back to an odd number. It's 22.5 machines. So we're going to say 23 machines. Should be 276. Floor 5. So we're going to do 23 here. We'll work out the math on the other side once this is connected. It just makes it a lot easier. We just say we're going to commit to this. Rather than bouncing back and forth, working out the full math. Just trusting that we're going to make the math work. We have a method in place. Allows us just to commit to doing this and then moving on. Although now that I'm thinking about it, I should be smarter about this. We know that, like on this floor, they're in groups of 9. So we don't strictly have to divide these in half. We can make it a little easier on us by not having to split rows. And just do, like, say, 27. That would have made sense. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, oh, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Never mind then. I'm not going to go to 30. Does make easy math, though. 23. Go ahead and connect these. Again, doing the snaking fluid is going to make it take longer for everything to come online, but the things that come online aren't going to continually shut off and sputter. It's perfectly valid to do it either way. You know, if you wanted to split it in half and go to both ways, is as long as you're supplying enough, it's going to work out either way. This is just going to create less of a up and down spike. It'll be smaller waves. Things turning on and turning back off. Turning on, turning back off, turning back on, staying on, and the next thing turning back off. Oh, I got that off wrong. One more over. Of course, the gonna be really weird because since we know we have self-contained loops that we don't want, the fuel distribution is not isolated to those loops, which means the fuel 1, 2, 3 go into groupings that aren't getting fully fueled, just period. Because some unpackers will be contributing to a Mark II pipe that their neighbors are not getting diluted fuel to unpack. It's just until we fix the looping. Hey lady, thank you about my audio. Let me all right, let's see here. We could just do a little bit of this. Ah! Ow! Wow, that was a mistake. All right, don't put that in your ear. Note to self, do not put the earphone in my ear before I unplug that. Is that sounding better on your end there, lady? Oh, sorry, did I get... it got me too. I totally did not expect that. I absolutely apologize. I'll definitely try to remember to hit the mute next time. I expected it just to unplug cleanly. I did not expect that that ear blast. But the positive note is that everyone who's asleep is not asleep now. So I'll take that as well. But welcome. Good to see you again. Get our math out for this real quick, so we don't lose our place. This is 23. Eating up 276. West side. How you been? Been relaxing in your Satisfactory pool? How's the Denmark winter going? Is it kicking in? Let's see what we're having coming down here. I think we're going to lopside this next pipe. 1, 2, 3. That's 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my goodness. Well, Sijin, welcome. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I was just chuckling here about this being exactly 37. Thank you. Oh yes, the game is phenomenal. It's just a wonderful game. A little bit of a pickle here. Let's see here. Type number 4. On the east side is a 540. Okay. So the remaining pipe coming to this floor, which will come to that pipe hole, it's the one pipe that doesn't come out exact, and it's going to have 37.6 fuel machines worth of fuel in it. So the one of our 567 machines that we're going to have to underclock is going to have to be from this pipe. The irony is that we have exactly 37 machines left on this floor, which means we would be sending 0.6 worth of fuel, which is 40 fuel is all we would be piping down. I'm doing well today. Yeah, migraines, no joke. I think I've mentioned before, I grew up with chronic migraines, and I still get them. I don't get them chronic anymore, but I do still get them, and they're no laughing matter. People who don't get them, who have never had them, do not understand what a migraine is. They're nothing to be played with. We're going to connect. Otherwise, it's good connected there. My mother called me once. You know, it was after an adult and out on my own. Like, so I grew up with chronic migraines. So I had chronic migraines as a child, and she called me once up once out of the blue and said, "I had my first migraine yesterday." She said, "I had no idea." That was all she said. That was the whole conversation. She said, "I had my first migraine the other day." She said, "I had no idea." She didn't understand my childhood, what I dealt with in my childhood, because she had never had a true migraine. Like, yep. Now you know how tough of a kid you had. Because, you know, when you grow up with them, you learn to function with them, but they never become fun. So I sympathize for anyone that gets a migraine, because I don't want to wish that on anybody. Hopefully you are feeling better and Sashin? Saush? It's either a C or an O. Sashin, I think is what you were saying there. I appreciate the enunciation guide. Definitely love to learn stuff, and I'm embarrassingly bad at foreign language, and therefore like foreign names, you know, I'm always bad about getting the way they pronounce their names right. Like, I won't even, most like Chinese names, I won't even insult them by attempting, by even attempting how they pronounce their names. You know, unless it's explained to me, because just recognize it's not part of my, you know, cultural exposure enough to have learned how they do. This is gonna have to go all the way up. Oh, I know yours. No. Yeah, I got that yours was Chinese or Indian. I was just saying it just like Indian names. I'll take a stab at, but like if it's a Chinese name, I won't even. Like that's just. I won't even insult them by trying. I love hearing foreign dialects, but since I don't see them in use enough, you know, written conversion to audio, I don't get that. I haven't learned them. I don't get a chance to learn them. Three. Billy, what's your current project? Of course, it doesn't reach. What you working on in this game? I know you were working on diluted fuel as well. I got the impression that was just kind of a side thing. Yeah, that's gonna work. Okay, so we're gonna need to do this silly little just 40 fuel per minute overflow into the next floor. I do not have a Discord channel, not yet. I have considered setting one up. But at this time, I don't think it would get enough use. You know, one of the important things to consider, especially at least as a content creator, about setting up Discord channels is that it needs to get enough active use for it to have people on it when you're not on it yourself. Because I can't be there all the time to chat with people, and so I need people to be chatting with each other. But it's something I'm keeping in mind, and I would like to at some point have one. All right, I think these can go down every couple of floors. I don't think I need to drag them to this floor. Yeah, we're a long way away from nuclear in this. If we look over our shoulder, that's our next project over there. And you can see I've marked out a fair amount of space for it. Yeah, I don't have the time to juggle two concurrent games at the same time. That's great. Welcome to the channel and the stream. Yeah, if you said you were building coal and you unlocked fuel right after it, or you unlocked fuel when you were doing a secondary coal? 'Cause like usually I'll have more than one coal plant before I make it to fuel. Typically it's I'll need more power before I get to fuel. So it's not unusual for me to be making coal generators still around the time that I unlock fuel. And of course, this is our diluted fuel plant that is probably going to eliminate the need for us to ever go nuclear, even though we will go nuclear. I think we're going to, because we know this is going to be only a 40. I think we're gonna merge this just straight in, so we're not gonna have to offset the input. But let's make sure to get our sign in place so we don't forget what's on this floor. We just fell out of the sky. We went whole hog on this one, 37, which is $444. Fuel. So we're gonna have to do a heavy supplement from that. I hope we don't mess this up. Let's see here. Yeah, lady, right, so like in this current world, of course our first coal plant was just regular coal, but I converted it to compacted coal. And then I moved it halfway across the area because I needed that area for steel instead of power. Yeah. And then exactly. And then I made a new compacted coal plant somewhere else. And then I supplemented it with regular coal because by that time I was getting close to having turbo fuel. And then I stole some of the compacted coal I converted part of my compacted coal plant to regular coal and redirected that compacted coal to the turbo fuel facility. But like for Saichin said, it is just unlocked fuel, but he's doing coal. That's pretty common. Still go ahead and supplement with coal. Because it's not like the coal plants suddenly become obsolete. I mean, you'll scale past them pretty heavily, but they're always going to be useful. They're still contributing. Why does this not make it? Did I offset that? No? Don't tell me you don't want to reach. Please stop dropping me. Yeah, I think we still have one compacted coal plant. I think I had 2 of them running on compacted coal, and I stripped the compacted coal from one of them, I think is what I did. So I think I have like 3 coal plants and 1 compacted coal plant. Regroupings. And then, of course, the turbo fuel plant. This will be a regular fuel plant, though it's diluted fuel. I'm frustrated by this not reaching. I feel like same length as the other ones. Try something here. Yes, that would reach. I don't want to move these down because I literally just moved the other ones to fit with this scheme. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. It's going to be uncooperative. That's the name of the game. These guys are in the middle. They're in the right place. See, that doesn't make sense to me. These floors are all the same height because they're all the same machines. So this one's making it from the middle. Two floors worth to the middle. Right, this is floor one, the middle of the 4th, not the middle of the 3rd. Never mind. Now it makes sense. We're gonna need to find a junction point where we can stop that early. Put that right here. Because it'll look more natural being across from these. Yeah. Yeah, definitely frustration, especially when things come up just shy where you need it to go. It's like, really? Just give me one more pixel. Work with me. These will reach. There aren't enough pipes left. Need that. All right. One off. 2, 3. Two off. 3. That get us a cross section. Too close to actually pipe to that thing, so it just looks like it's piping to it. How did I get that wrong? counted, I guess. That's the extra 40 coming in from the overflow. And then that will continue to go on down to the next floor, so it will still be the staggered pipes going inwards. Well, this is going to be technically still pipe number 3. It's going to be his floor because he had leftover. We want to take as much as we can from the pipe on the other side. Which is going to be... ...22 machines with 264 fuel coming in from the other side. We'll deal with this guy last. Two machines. I'd like to get more machines out of this, but maybe we'll bring in the other pipe. Oh yeah, this is, yeah. We're turning it on. I am determined to turn it on tonight. We won't finish it tonight, but I want to get at least partially get it up and running. Hey, Mr. Minion. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say already. We've got upwards of 80 hours of work done into this one project. Two machines. And I've got easily another 10 to 20 hours more to do on it. Though we're not going to, a lot of that's going to be the exterior. I want to move this out of the way because the piping... no, I wouldn't run the piping down this line. But yes, we have one major obstacle that is making me a little uncomfortable, which is that earlier in the stream we determined that there are a couple of closed loops of bottles that we didn't want, and I have to come up with a scheme for breaking up those closed loops to make it one big loop. And that's a thing that usually involves me sitting here and staring at a spreadsheet and scheming, and we probably don't have time for me to scheme that much for me to come up with a clean solution. Like, I could probably brute force it I don't want to. And yes, it is a crazy amount of time. No, it's not a syncing issue. There's, this is a diluted fuel plant, so it has a recycling, not a byproduct issue. It has a recycling issue, which is water bottles become diluted fuel bottles, which become empty canisters, which come back down and return to becoming water bottles. That circle needs to be a loop that goes through the entire facility, not loop in certain machines and not make it to the rest of it. And unfortunately, the way how can I see them from here? Oh, because that floor's out of the... You see all those conveyors in the back. There's another set of them on the other side. Really, is there just no power all the way through here? The way they cross over, so that there's, minimal spaghetti, resulted in some unintentional closed loops to where the canisters won't make it through all the machines. Now, there is an super easy solution, which is that I just inject empty canisters into each loop. I know what the loops are. We mapped them out earlier. And just maintain disparate loops. But I want this to be one big circulatory system, not multiple parallel power systems. But we could totally just ignore the fact that it's closed loops and just inject empty canisters into each closed loop, and it would work fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, there shouldn't be any clogging in the system. There was potential for clogging in the system, but we've worked strategies around to avoid that. That won't be an issue. Let's see here. Although, now that you mention it, if the loops are not even, they have to be even. Packers to unpackers, they have to be even. Then never mind. Yeah, that can't be an issue. I said 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we have 22. So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Break that there. It's a matter of I need to adjust where when the unpackers spit out their empty canisters, I need to adjust which row of water packers back in the basement that they go back to. I need them to go to different ones so that they don't loop right back to the packers that the unpackers that originally unpacked them. The mechanism's there, I just have to design the loop. And it's probably going to take some time of just staring at numbers on a spreadsheet and going, well, will this work? Will this work? And then looking how practically, can I cross these conveyors over to here without it being terrible? But I think I'm going to at least be satisfied if I can just get one of the loops going tonight. Which means everything will be functional, just won't all be running. It's off center? Alright, take a look when I get back over there. I just need to... What in the... No. Not pay you to do that. You're absolutely right. That was off. Thank you for catching that. And thank you for telling me. Alright, so I think the remainder of the floor is just we do as one pipe. Let's see here. But yeah, I mean, normally I catch those, but every now and then it gets by me, and then later on I discover it and I get frustrated. So it's saved me future frustration. So we're gonna do one pipe. It's all on this one. I was considering bringing the second pipe down and sharing into it because this is going to be an awfully lopsided floor. It's not going to impact the design. I'm just going to go ahead and sew these together and then count them, and then however many they are is how much I'm going to steal from the next pipe coming down. Is there a good reason for you not wanting to connect to that? The answer was no. And these walls are going away anyway. So will the ladder. It's both. It's power overhead because we were getting within 3 gigawatts of our total capacity. Let me amend that. We were over total capacity. Our operating amount was within 3 gigawatts of our capacity. And usually when I get around the 3 gigawatt range of use of overhead, that's when I go and make another plant. That being said, there is a project, if you're following my weekly series from this world, that giant platform over there is the next project. So that's going to eat up a fair amount of power and might have put us in the danger zone. Which is why I really need to get this turned on, because that's going to be probably operational by next week. Right, we said 9? So 27, that's 3 rows. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Wow, that's a lot. Dedicate to one pipe. We should have at least 32 on the next one. Oh, we need to underclock one because this is the merged pipe. Do I want to put a valve on this? Because this is going to backflow to a lower floor. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. I'm not going to worry about it. But I do need to underclock a machine. I said 32, so it would be 31.6. Oh, well, of course you'd look the same color, wouldn't you? Signify this is the underclocked machine. There we go. Get a sign before we forget what in the world we did. Put in the middle because it's a combination of these two, which we don't normally do, but we needed to in this case. Or was more convenient to. I didn't want to run that pipe literally to just one half running machine. 31.6. Should be 380 per minute. Type this out. Good, I don't need to see all those crazy decimals. And need to signify that this is here. We'll do pipe 4. Minus 80. This way I keep track of yes. So 0.6 of a machine could be 8 fluid per minute because it's 12 at 100%. Which means 31 machines should be 372. Is. So we're taking 372 from the next pipe. Pipe number 4, which would have been a 540. So we have 168 fluid left in this pipe going to the next floor. That's what we needed to know. Mr. Minion, I'm not sure there's any scenario that makes it easy for fluid movement in this game. It's just whenever you think you got it right, it misbehaves and does something wrong. It's easier to make it easy for it to not do what you told it to. We don't need to go any further, so we can stop at the first machine. Fortunately, all of the fluid shenanigans that happen in this game have been baked into the strategy for this. It's a bold statement for me to say, but I think that we should have no unreliable fluid dynamics in this build. Outside of maybe some funny business with the crude oil being delivered to the initial refineries. And that's because we know that there are known issues with fluid slosh and in a maxed out Mark II pipe. They're just kind of the realities of the game. But at every turn possible here, we are not doing any fluid that's going uphill. Right, like all of this is coming down. This is 100% gravity fed. There will be no backfilling. Each floor is gravity fed. Each machine on each floor is gravity fed. So there can't be any the fluid that's waiting to go into the machine cannot be drawn back. So yes, I think that nitrogen suffers from the same problems that same backfill problems that liquid fluids suffer from, but they don't adhere to gravity, so you don't have any of the issues with head lift, but they tend to be more reliable. As Lady's pointing out, it's not. It being in gas does make it a lot more reliable in how it behaves, but I think that you can still run into issues with backfill, which you lose the benefit of the gravity, I think, in that case. But it's been such a long time since I've had to do nitrogen in this game that they may have tweaked it by now, and so I can't speak to recent behaviors of it. Like Lady's probably interacted with nitrogen much more recently than I have. But I know when it was introduced and I had to use it, I didn't run into any of the problems that we had with get for you with fluids. In fact, I think I went out of my way to pump it way up high because of the fact that I got away with not having to use pumps. I think I put some packagers on top of a building. Yeah, in fact, I know that's what I did. I piped it really far and really high on top of a building and into a little room with packagers, and then the packagers went straight into a drone pad that I had on top of that building. And I think I did it to defy the fact that it was a fluid and I didn't have the same problems. Okay, so we know those are not going to reach. Well, they'll reach to here. All right there. Cannot afford. What am I out of? I'm out of copper sheeting. Luckily, literally copper sheeting right beneath us. Correct, you don't need pumps for the gas. The only reason that you need pumps for fluids is for the head lift to push the fluids upwards against gravity, which is not the gases do not care about gravity in this game. So you can pipe willy-nilly to your heart's content. Come on, come on. We know there's power on both sides of this. I always find the dead zone. All right, next floor. Let's see here. It should be floor 7. We're bringing down pipe 4 on the east side, which is a 540 pipe. Whenever I'm staring aimlessly off to the side, I'm on my spreadsheet. So we have 168 left on the other pipe on the other side, which is going to be 14 machines worth. Normally we start on this side, but I think that we're going to find out how many of those eat up and see how many machines are left and whether or not we can cover them with this pipe here. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. This is going to get... This is going to offset things. I need to think about this. So this pipe that's coming down is going to hit this floor and it's going to go to the floor below. And we need this, as they're coming in, we need them to stay parallel to each other. The pipe that is coming down to this floor only has, because we stole so much from it, the previous floor, that it doesn't have enough. I think we need to rebalance, which means we need to make it go down one more floor even though there isn't enough, and steal fluid from another one that's coming down. We're running out of pipes to pull this off with. Fortunately, that side has all the 600 fluid pipes, so there's more to steal on that side. So let's just, we have 540 on this side coming down this pipe that's completely untouched. Let's... We... 540... 12 would be 45 machines. That's not what we want. We want 270. So that'd be 22 and a half machines. Let's do 23 machines. Well, it's gonna be the number that's always the same. So we're gonna do 23 machines for this floor for this side. We're gonna parse out another just to make the visual look proper. So so we're gonna eat up 276 fuel out of the 540 pipe. Leaving us 264 for the next floor, which will be 12. That's not right. 1, 2, 3. You're supposed to be here. Well, we got this math going now. We're doing 23, which will be 276, and then we will work out how much is left and how much are we gonna have to steal from the other one. There will be no fluid buffer in this. In this build. Mr. Main, when this plant is up and running, it will be consuming 6,800 fuel per minute. There's just no fluid buffer that's going to do anything for the kind of volume that we have through here. If anything goes wrong, a fluid buffer would instantly empty. That's not gonna stay, but getting it out of my way. Now, that structure over there is going to use a lot of fluid buffers. They're going to be part of the design. I cannot wait to build what I'm going to build over there. I am so eager to build it that I had to stop myself and edit tomorrow's video because I knew that I was already over time. And I just have to save it for the next week. And I knew I needed to do prep work for this. Like, no, I've got to work on the thing with the thing. Like, so yesterday, I put at least 12 hours into this project yesterday off camera. Working out the logistics of all the belts and the pipes. Obviously not these pipes. Why did I do that? Well, these pipes, but at the top. so that they were run to the front of the building ahead of time so that we could start doing the math on camera. All right. I am dedicated. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. So 14, 21. We need 22. Feels like I'm moving so slow when I'm flying up this high. I realize it's an optical illusion. We're moving at, I'm pretty sure we're moving at the same speed as our runners, because if we land, it doesn't feel like we speed up. It feels to me like the same speed. All right. I need to reinvent the wheel. We know how this works. 1, 2. I click the second time. Thought maybe I built a second one on top of it. You know, sometimes you can build them inside each other. Like, oh, now it's not letting me do it. Try to do it on purpose and it won't let me. Okay. That side's handled. The other side is going to be a little bit more complicated. Fortunately, it's a small floor, so I don't have to steal as much as otherwise. I said 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So 14. 20? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes, math. I swear that it knows that when you're doing connections, like, this is clearly the way he would, there's no reason it wouldn't want to do it this way, so let's flip it around and go somewhere else. I think that, you know, when they talk about improving the AI in the developer streams, that's what they're talking about, is improving how it can misbehave. You came up with new ways for it to detect what it thinks you're trying to do and tweak the routine to make sure it does the opposite. Okay, mark what floor we need to be on. We're out of rods. Geronimo! This fall is taking a lot less time. We're running out of floors. We're getting closer and closer to the bottom. That is still... What? That's a Mark 1. Why is that a Mark 1? This should have been done by now. What? Why is that a Mark 1? What is up with me? It's a Mark 1 because I copied the other one and didn't realize it. Good grief. This should have been done by now. Oh, it's close anyway. Okay, while we're here, we don't need to grab plastic. We're okay on it for the moment. And we'll transfer these in. Okay. We start making more canisters. 'Cause, boy, we're gonna need them. We got our rods that we came for. Is there anything else we want? We just said we don't necessarily need plastic. Grab another copper sheet just to be safe. It's weird. Sometimes when I look straight up, I end up looking... It's really rare, but like earlier when I was looking straight up, I was looking through my mask. And I was really thrown off by it because normally I could look straight up and not be looking through my own body. Now it's not doing it. Can't connect that yet. That might help if we actually run the piping down here. This should be pipe number 4, it is. So we're going to sneakily steal from pipe number 5 while we're at it. We don't want pipe 4 to actually end on this floor, because that pipe 4 is not ending on this floor. Means we need to do the split trick for both of these. Where's the wall? Go. So we're gonna take... I forget how many we said we had left. 20, right? Where's the brake? Where's the brake? Where's the brake? Right there. Yeah, 14, 20. We only had 14 left. I mean, whatever split is whatever split, so we might as well just split it right in half. So it would be... no, it'd be 84. 84. 84. 84. Ah. Let's go over to the spreadsheet here. Let's say we're going to do 84 here, 84 there. I'm not going to do a merger here because I already feel like it was kind of dangerous that I did the 0.6 merger up above, because in all honesty, that's the bottom of that fluid. I probably shouldn't have merged it, so I might have to come back and unmerge it and run them separate. Here. Because in honesty, we don't have 40 fluid coming to this point. We have all 540 or whatever, because this is the bottom of it. So it's all going to flow down to here and try to contribute here first. Is there enough room for a valve? This is a really dicey thing to do. In fact, first turn this to a Mark 1. At 80, not 40. Hopefully that solves the problem. So the floor needs to be living off of this pipe, not this one. Because if it lives off of this pipe, then the floor above it will just never get filled up, because they're taking half from that pipe and half from this pipe. But the leftover in that pipe will not go back up to the other floor. You know, actually, it probably... depending on the leftover, it could, because fluid dynamics could come down and come back up. Gravity, but we shouldn't be merging them. We shouldn't be merging them, and I'm probably going to come back and unmerge them, but I'm not going to do it right now. But for the same reason, these two will not merge. They will just stack. Insane rambling actually made any sense. Hey Mark, welcome back. Progress is being made. We are probably 75% done with plumbing all of the fuel to the generators. The last lengthy, tedious thing that we're going to have to tackle is going to be wiring up the whole place. We still need to plumb the crude oil into the refineries, but that's 2 floors of refineries versus 11 floors of generators. So, much less time consuming. And I've got a kind of a mental image of how I want to introduce the crude across the front, and then have them come up the front, and then they're going to have one that goes up in the middle. I'm determined to switch it on today. Whether or not it's fully ready to be switched on, we'll see. But I intend to turn it on today. I just need to focus on what I'm doing. Okay. I need the math. That's 6 remaining. I need a 7. We're going to go a little unintuitive on this one. Oh, like the facade will definitely not be built today. Oh, and assuming that we can turn it on today, the next week will probably be a hard space shipbreaker live stream. I think that I'm done with this project as far as live streams go. But we'll see. Because if we get it turned on, as I was talking about earlier, if we get it turned on, all that's really left is, you know, troubleshooting any weird behavior. Which is a lot of just flying around, looking at things, you know, flying between the floors, making sure everything's turning green, checking pumps, and then it's going to be building the facade and painting and then repainting and repainting until I figure out how I like it, and then adding windows and removing windows. And that's not going to make for entertaining. I'm not sure that it's any less entertaining than watching me run pipes for 10 hours, but at least I'm constantly doing something here as opposed to undoing and redoing something. This needs to be 13. $156. We'll go off camera here real quick. Screen, and I said I stole 156 from it. I'm going to steal from it again on the next floor as well, but I need that first pipe to make it to the next floor. It's entirely just a matter of appearance. Okay. So still do. We're going to change how we're doing this. We need to connect these pipes. Yes, we're moving this. Originally that was aligned with expecting the pipe to end there and then turn into a turn and then go. We're not going to connect to this. I'm going to wrap this around. So a little creative with the piping on this floor, but that's okay. Since we don't have to worry about head lift, it doesn't matter. And this is already mathed. Apparently this is going to look a little weird. Because like that's the only way the horizontal to vertical works. If I do this, it's going to be a weird slant. Pipe is invalid shape. What? What are you talking about, Willis? So if I switch the mode, not noodle, never noodle. So this one's just gonna not have its funny, you know, nice convenient. But sometimes that's the thing. Alright, so this needs to have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is on its own row. Here we have 7. 13 is what we said. They're connected across there, so that's all connected. All right. Move to the next floor. Floor 8. And I'm concerned that this isn't going to work. It's got to work out. I don't think it cannot work out. We're going to do the same as we did on that one. Oh, hey, stop it. Stop it. We can't empty this pipe. It needs to go probably 2 more floors. We're going to have to hit pretty heavy on one of the pipes on the other side to compensate, to rebalance how much we're using. We only have 1 pipe left, so I don't know if that's going to matter. Seven, 84. That's the end of the line for that pipe. It's done. Oh, yet how much we're going to use for this one. What do we have on the other side? $264. It's going to be 22. We have 22 remaining in the next pipe over here. I'm going to run this first, exhaust this pipe, and then consider borrowing from another pipe on this end. Balance things out. See, we have 2 pipes untouched here. We've already eaten up a lot on that next pipe. Fact. This pipe right here is pipe number 5. On that side, it's a 540. We could maybe steal from that pipe and just just take up the rest of this floor from that pipe and not steal from this pipe at all. Maybe. Would save us some piping. Let me get this going first, because this is a 22. We know the numbers on this one. See how much we have left after. Like, we have 22 on this one, we have 7 on the other one. We'll see what's left on the floor after that and who we want to steal from. I think we're going to steal from this side. I think that probably makes the most sense. Yeah, liquid. You know, it's funny you say that because I was literally considering rephrasing it to reallocate resources. Phrasing was going through my head. I should say reallocate resources. Wouldn't that be clever? I didn't say it. It called me on it. Feeling is wrong. It is wrong. So, kind of technically, I'm stealing from myself. Reappropriating resources. Redistributing wealth. Wealth of fuel, in this case. Okay, so let's get our 22 sectioned off here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? I thought we were due for a 10er. So it's 22. Come on. We need 4 more. It's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Break the chain. Turtle to stay in the air. I keep getting that wrong. What is it about this one segment that I keep getting wrong? It's the only one I keep messing up. Like, on all of them, it's the middle line. That's where it lines up. We're probably going to be stacking this higher. Or at least that one, we can go over it. But let's see what we have left. One, 2, 3 rows of 9, so that's 27. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. (32 minus 7 is 25, right? Stole 25 fluid worth of material from misappropriated 25 fluid worth from the other one. There's 300 fluid, that's a lot. But we've already taken 156 from the other. I'm not going to overthink this, I'm just going to go ahead and take it. It should all math itself out anyway when we get to the bottom. No matter of semantics at this point. But we need the 7 first for this guy who's coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Then let's go ahead and connect these. And we're not worried about clipping on the wall because these walls will not still be here in the end. Same goes for that ladder. All these floating power cables will all be gone. Okay, we'll need to connect those. Let's get this over here and we'll be done with this side of the building for this floor. So that right there will go. I don't have to worry about that. I don't know how far it's gonna reach. Needs to go to right here regardless. You know it's gonna be just shy. A little more than just. Okay. Not have to worry about that now. I said it was 25 left. Ah, got past it. We're almost out of pipes. Yay! No, no, no. No, no, no. Fine. Go from down here. Hey, it was already set to 25. Excellent. I knew when I copied that setup, at some point it would come true again. And thanks. Skip a row. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Now 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Or, yeah, that should be right. These always look so much taller. when it puts the loop on top of it, even though we know it's the same height as a conveyor lift. And this. It's frustrating me. Give me power. This is high. This is as high as I can get up. I'm on the out of fuel. Here we go. Of course, it. Be the straight line right there. Over 2, 3, 4, 5. Might help if I put the last one on here. Another floor done. Okay. Let me get caught up on the math. Stole 300. I'm autosave when I'm off screen. So pipe 5 would normally have 600 over on the other side. We stole 156 from it already, leaving 444 fuel. Really only steal 156? Felt like we took more than that. Maybe not. Nope. All right. And we just took 300 from Buddy over there, which would have had 540. That's only 240, so this guy right here is going to have to do the bulk of the lifting for the next floor. I'm without power. No, don't have a power node here or there. What? Oh, what? No. Why did I open a menu that cut off my fuel? Oh, great. Now I'm even further down. Fine. My head. I get for having this haphazard network of power cables. So close, that's the last floor. Free to go. Oh my god. Right. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah, or 9, not 4. I was like, what? Doesn't look right. Floor 9. And if you guys give me just a moment, I'm going to need to step away just for a minute. So smoke them if you got them. I'll be right back. Right. Right. Good to go. A floor hole. Or a wall hole. Oh, come on, I just ran power here. I'll plop this down so I have something to copy from. The pipes are getting so inwards towards the center that the corner power poles no longer suffice. I don't want to rush these last few floors so we can get to our next thing. We are at 6 hours. Alright. This is technically the first floor of the two. 1, 2. Right, so we don't have an even number of floors, so we're not going to have the pipes end on every other floor. There's going to be a point where we go from 2 floors to 1. So we'll just... we'll assume that this pipe is going to overflow onto the second to last floor and then the last floor. So we can heavily eat up all this floor, or this oil on this floor. Fuel. You went right through it, didn't you? I knew you did. Plot hole. All right. How much do we have left of this? 444. Okay. It's 37. That's because we've had 444 before. We'll say we're going to do 19 machines. No, we're going to wait. Because we have less on the other side. I want to split the 240 into its 120 that we have left for the other one. We need to drag it over 2 floors. And 120 should be pretty easy math. Well, per minute per machine. So we'll do 10 machines on the other side, and then we'll figure out how many machines are left, and then that's when we'll calculate how many we want to do on this side. This is a 10 machine... oh, it says a 10 machine floor, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 it is. Okay. Well, that's going to be easier to set up. Oh. 6 rows. That means there's 50 other machines on this floor. I don't have 50 machines worth of fluid coming out of that pipe. We can't do this. We're gonna have to borrow from... $60 machines. We have 20 machines worth of fluid in this pipe. We need this pipe to last for 2 floors. mean, I have 37 machines worth of fluid on the other one, so we are going to have to supplement. Let's just do the 10 here. We'll split the other one. You know, I don't want to ponder on this too long. Again, the math should eventually work itself out. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. We're running out of concrete. Something didn't look right to me. Ten is going to be a pain on the next floor because there's only 9 machines, which means we're going to have to overflow 1 machine. But the only way to stop that is by overflowing just 1 machine here by doing 11, so stick with it, keep going. You know, it would be easy to just literally run this, just run over and just plug it straight in. We wouldn't have to route anything. Exactly 1 row, it just has to be connected to that row. Don't worry about the cables, not going to stay there. Done with that, don't need to connect anything. Leaves 50 on this floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Regardless of how many we take from this one, we're gonna have to bring the X guy down. Out of plastic. We saw that we were just about to run out of concrete anyway, so we'll give us an opportunity to get both of them. All right. And this time we won't fill our inventory up completely so we can actually remove that block as we keep doing. I don't quite have as much time to look up as I did before. Not as far to fall. Restocked a fair amount of plastic. Grab some heating rods over here. Can you grab anything else? How is this going? Oh, 4,000. Nice. And if we need to step up that production, we can. I mean, obviously our plastic production here is limited, but we have our borrowing train that's already set up to go and acquire plastic from elsewhere. We just have to send it. And we could always throw up more constructors. But I'm not too concerned about that. But we do need a ridiculous amount of canisters in the grand scheme. Are they stacking 100? And we have 567 machines that can well, no, that's the fuel ones. We have 3 sets of 114. So we have 314 packers, 114 unpackers, and 114 refineries that need the bottles. So that's a lot. And then there's the stuff that's still floating around. Where are we going? Right here. The overhead that we need. We're going to need 2. That's what we were doing. We're on. On down. Oh, you're literally on the spot I need to place this. So I think for simplicity's sake, no, try that. We're not going to get fancy with the numbers. The floor is divided in 10s. We'll just go to like 20 and 30. That way we just cap off the ends and don't have to do a lot of cross stitching. Said that we have 37 worth left in this first pipe, so let's make that the 30. It's 360. Which will leave us 7 for the next floor. And we will appropriate 20 machines worth. Will be 240. Simple. No need to overthink it. Do it, get it done. We can end one of them here. All right. Let's end the top one here so that we don't have to make the other poles as tall. That will be our 20. Run over here real quick and connect them so that's something we can't forget. The world looks so tall in this game as soon as you get the hover pack. Everything becomes so massive. I knew you were going to do that. No, it's just... We know that's going to happen. I don't want to have to come back over here for all the pipe now. I'm not going to give it the luxury. I'm going to do this from the ground. Remember my roots. We are basically out of cheating. I think while we're over here, we're gonna do the same. Assuming we have the proper sheeting necessary to pull this off. I think we do. Last 3 rows will need to be combined. Like I feel like you guys can't see what I'm doing because I'm on the ground and I'm so close to everything. And I know that it's up until we got that pack, that's the way it's always been, but you know, I feel like this is my camera view. Can you guys see what I'm doing? Oh. Expected to catch that. Okay, so these 30 are tied together. Yeah, I only have 40. I'm going to assume that we don't have enough copper sheeting to make it all the way to the end. And I'm just going to grab the copper sheeting while we're on this side of the building. I'm glad that I loaded up the train with this stuff at the beginning of the stream. I knew we were going to need a ton of it. And I mean, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Because we still have the crude oil plumbing to do. I mean, it's not nearly as much, but we're still got a couple of floors left to go. Who knows? Might have to go all the way back home. Wee, all the way home. And we just need to connect with this part. I didn't need to do that over there. I think I'm going to undo it because go around the sides when we can. Let's pull right there. Boink. Yep. I almost want to leave all the signs everywhere for, you know, at some point I'm going to make this world available for download. For people to be able to go through and kind of see them like developer notes. But a lot of them are in places that I don't want them to be, you know, visible for the final product. Okay, this floor is done. Two floors to go. This pipe is gonna have 7 worth left in it. And this is gonna have something. Floor 10. Start by running what we know dead ends. Got the math in a minute. This is gonna all have to be done regardless. Last pipe. Oh, no. Last pipe on this side. Now, last floor should be super duper easy because we'll literally have whatever's left in the 2 pipes will math themselves. And if they don't, then we're in a lot of trouble. Don't, we just shut off the computer and go to bed. I'm intentionally not centering these properly because it's going to make it easier for me to delete everything. $784. A 1, that's not a 4. What did I use up on the previous floor? 240, I think. 240. No, it's not a formula. Stop telling me that. We need... We need to make sure we have leftover for the floor below. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. That's a 600 pipe. It's missing 240. And we'll just whatever is left over, because 360 is more than enough. When we're talking about compensating from over there, so it says leave that unaccounted for. Let's see how much we have left. 120. We already knew that. The next pipe to come down. 1, 2. They're running on fumes. Fortunately, the last floor is a small floor. There's only like 49 burners on it. Well, 120. That is probably going to reach. I think that's the way this works out. Run it, because we know we're going to need it. I think this is the only floor that we've had to borrow from both sides. How many floors did we do? I keep being surprised every time we get down to another floor and there's a three-place wall already there. Okay, so we need 12. I'm guessing this is a 9 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Very good. Don't want to take, because I want the 7 to come over here. So 9. That's gonna ruin things, because I won't have 7 left over for that guy. I need to do this. If I'm gonna have to do some weird shenanigans. I'm gonna have to meld 2 rows unnecessarily. let's take the 7 on here, and then we'll go over and over again. It's gonna be a little weird. It's okay. Make it work. Or put the 7 at the back. I think that's the way we do it. Yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. 9, 10, 11, 12. Do it this way. Breaking tradition, but as we're borrowing from both sides, I think I want to leave more connections on that side. 9, 10, 11, 12. Plus we can bring this a little further forward because we're going to have to bridge some gaps. Why are we not on the turn? Did that wrong. Fix it in a moment. I'm going to put the bottom rows both to the back so that we don't have to keep extending high ones. Okay, so this is not going to be the 12. Final answer. So we have 54 on this floor because it's 9 by 6. I'm just going to use a spreadsheet to keep track of all the numbers. We have 54 on the floor. We're taking 12 off of this side, 9 off the other side. Gonna leave us 33. Let's do something that's simple. Like just combine the first 2 rows into 18 and just take those off of the so if we do 18 and 15, those will be our secondaries. So it'll work out. We're going to combine these 2 rows. Just make things a lot easier for us. This will shave the top pipe off. I don't care which pipe is carrying the weight in this case. We just want both pipes to have something left in them. So this will be entirely top pipe. 18. It's 216. All right. That's the east pipe. Would have been a 600. The west pipe would have been a 540. I mean, the math is right. I put in the wrong cell. West pipe. This is going to leave us with 324 for the final floor. Unless I didn't overlook something. And some math elsewhere that I'm just not up with now. Oh, no. We like that sign. We want a partner for it. We just said we're going to do 18. At 216. Nope. We want to move this over. Better to fix mistakes when you spot them rather than saving it for later when they become part of a more complex system. That will do that. Worry about that guy anymore. We'll take that to the back in a moment here. Back right now. I'm going to make this the back row. We need 12. I prefer to do the junctions like next to machines because you don't want to run into them when you're running around. It keeps the aisles clean. Why I'll usually back it up, even though we could run it out to the middle of that lane. Oh. Right here. Nine in the back row. 10, 11, 12. Okay. This side is done. That's going to be 6. We're going to have to combine it. 4 on the other side here. Going to make for a weird pipe, but I just do not care. The binding is not going to be weird. It's going to be when we actually get the first pipe over here. This is going to have to go in on the side, which is going to make one of those where we have to do a slope as opposed to a... from a different direction. That totally doesn't work. It's gonna be a little weird. gonna be like that. Because they're coming from either way and they're dead endings, so they can't pass through and go around. I am hours beyond caring. That was one shy. Oh, okay, it wasn't one shy. It put itself on inside the other one instead of... There was one shy, but it wasn't that I clicked on them. I forgot to put one up. There's just no way of getting around that. And then disconnect. Funny little loop. I mean, we can do better. You deserve better. You're better for me than having a weird stuff like that unnecessarily. I mean, it's still going to be a little weird, but... better. We need a pipe junction that goes out on all sides. That's what we need. It definitely can be a good thing. It's gonna be like that, like that. And we need to math that out, but it should be good to go. This isn't gonna reach, so how far can we go? I'm sure I did the math, but you know what? We're just gonna 9:17. Boy, I hope I got that right. Okay, if you don't want to connect, I'll do it from the other side. Don't need your approval. Oh, I tried to take a shortcut. $17,204. That's 24. $34, $42, $54. Yep, 4. That's exactly how many are on this floor. Perfect. Take 204 from the east. Another 204. I think we've taken 444 from this pipe already. And we just took 216 from this one. Right, which I had already calculated. I don't think something's right. I say that because if my math, like I said, I'm being a little, come on. I'm poles everywhere. There should be 49. Not down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it shouldn't be 49. It's not 7 by 7, it's 7 by 6. The math says we only have 40 machines worth of fuel left, so I've done a mismath somewhere. Make sure these were full rows. They should be, because we shorted the top floor. Means we shouldn't have to short anybody anywhere else. Okay, so the question is, what did I record wrong? We have to make sure I trust that the right amount of fuel's coming down, but it's which pipe did I calculate wrong, because I need to know which one to split to. So pipe number 6 on this side is a 600. I said 204. That's floor 240. Just make sure, right? That's 37. Okay, so 444 is what I said that I had taken from. I don't like where this is going because I think that my math is right. We didn't even stop at this floor with this guy. $216 from the 240. Right? Yeah, 216. Or from the 216 from the 540. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. So that is in fact 18 machines that is connected to. Okay, I'm tired of being stuck in this specific hole. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We already know this is right. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. We knew it was right because it added up to the 54 machines that are on this floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the floor's math is right. So here's the problem. We have 216 that we've taken out of Joe Bob over there. Is 324 remaining fluid coming down from that. So 324. We have this appropriated 444 from the other one, which is 156. 156 plus 324 is 480. 480 divided by 12 is 40 machines. We have 42 machines. What went wrong? So we're not going to sweat this one. I'm going to go back off camera and remath all the floors. Probably somewhere I just recorded the number wrong. But in doing so, that means I have a split somewhere that's incorrect. Where we're over dedicating fuel on another floor by 2 machines. It's got to be. So we're going to run this down, and we're going to pretend this is correct. We're going to math that way, and we're going to leave just 2 machines unplugged. We're going to move on with the project. I really want to do the math. I want to go back over all of it right now, but we just don't have that kind of time. Because I'd need to go to each floor. Like, it's not going to take that much for me to, assuming all my signs are correct, it's going to be a matter of going to each floor and figuring out how many machines are on that floor and just seeing if the math of the floors, or the signs, matches the math of the floor. But it really won't, I'm trying to talk myself into it. It really won't take that long. I mean, once we find the problem, you know, assuming we find a problem that we're off, that's going to take more time. That's some time I don't want to take, because depending on how far down, you know, we're up, we, you know, may have made an error. It's going to be a trickle down fix, in a kind of literal sense. this should be 17, 24. But all we need to do, because we know all the rows are uniform. Let's do this fast. Except for the top floor. They're all uniform 6 rows. And they're 7, it's 7, 9, 9, 10. This one's minus 3 machines because it's the top floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so it's 51. We're going to just trust the signs entirely. We're not even going to trust for math. 29 plus 22, 51. Not going to worry about the fuel totals or anything, just machine numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so it's under the 54 floor. Eight plus 21. No, 29, which was, I think was our floor above it. $52. That's the wrong direction. We need a floor to have too many, not too few. Okay, I mean, if we have a problem, it's literally the second floor. If there's something wrong on the second floor, we're not going to deal with it right now. And this doesn't, I mean, it's going to minorly impact the process because fuel won't burn as fast, right? Some of the fuel won't get burnt. So some of the unpackers will back up until we fix it. But honestly, I'm not going to, I don't know, something we could fix later. Do we genuinely have? We said that was 9, right? Oh, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That's not 23. 24, 25. Okay. So it's typed right. I typed 23 instead of 25. That's what got us. I piped the floor correctly, but I stole. I mismathed the. I thought we had 2 fewer. Somewhere. Okay. I don't even need to do this. That's what literally the thing, the sign it's set to. Okay. It's routed correctly. Mathed incorrectly. And so this pipe is eating up 300. 564. Two machines worth. Yep. We're drawing 2 machines worth too much from this pipe. Oh, that's so much to fix. I'm going to put a note here. Whoa. That's weird. That pasted my clipboard. That was not what I wanted. I did that once, Jake. Obviously not class privileged information. I was having like one of the worst days of my life. Just like my things were things were just absolutely crashing around me, and I was stressed to my limits and very depressed. I was in my 20s, and just like everything that's crashed around me. And it was back when I was playing Team Fortress Classic competitively in a I've mentioned it before, in a very high-end clan. We were platinum, and we had a server. You know, as most clans did, we had a server that we were able to use for our scrims, and we had admin access to it, and there was an admin password associated with it. And I kept that password in a text file, and I was reorganizing. Just one day, I was reorganizing that text file, and literally that was the thing on the clipboard. I had, you know, cut and pasted it somewhere else to organize the and it was still on my clipboard. And I was just, I was having the worst day of my life, and I was on the server, and in chat I accidentally did a paste. Didn't mean to paste something else. I just hit, I don't know what I hit to cause it to paste, but it pasted the password, and it was blatantly obvious that it was the server password to the full public. And it was like chat just went silent because it was clear what I had just pasted. And I think one of my clanmates were just like, "What did you just do?" Yeah, and I was like, I can't deal with this right now. Like, I'm just completely sorry. My mental facilities were not functioning, and I was trying to do something that was mindless, which was play the game, because it was the thing I knew how to do. You know, we scrimmed so much. You get so good at a game like that when you're playing at pro level, that if you play it casually, it's entirely muscle memory. And so if you're having just, you know, the worst day of your life, doing something that you can do mindless like that is kind of what you want to do to get relief. And for me to sabotage the one thing that I was that was my one escape, was just like, this doesn't get worse. And when I'm just like, just go, we'll clean up the mess. Because we weren't the server owners, we just had admin access to it. So we didn't have the ability to change the password. We just had the password. So it was like someone had to get in touch with the owner quick, because you know, people on the internet are the worst, and the password was in the wind at that point. All right, I'm done with the piping for now for this. I don't think we even piped to the bottom floor, and I'm not going to bother because it's going to change anyway when I figure out where I work the math. We already found one of the very first pipes. In fact, it was the first pipe is mismathed, which means everything down that side has to be readjusted. And by doing that, that means I'm going to have to adjust the other side because the ratio is going to go off. Maybe have to do the other side, and maybe I can offload some of it to go down, but it's going to take time, and we don't have that time. Of all the things that can be done wrong, it's the one that's going to least impact us. It's interesting. Second here. YouTube is YouTube's messing up for me. I trust that you guys can still see me because you were talking. But there's a live feedback on YouTube when the YouTube interface, and it says error has occurred. Okay, I'm going to risk refreshing this. I don't know if this is, it shouldn't end the stream. If somehow it does, I'll just restream. But you know what? I'm just gonna let it go. You guys can still see me, so and I don't actively watch that window, so we'll be also still broadcasting. So let's not worry about this for now. Let's get to running the crude oil. And I think what I want to do is I want to run it, all 5 of them, around to the front. And what we're going to have is 5 pipes. Four of them are going to be 600 apiece, and then one's 150. And so I'm going to run 2 of the pipes all the way across the front and have them go up the far corner. And then 2 of the pipes go up this corner right here. So right here is where our leg is going to be. We haven't decided how high up it's going to go, but we do know that we're going to eventually have a wall right here. That. We know that this should be our wall. Remember, this whole thing is going to come out because we brought the foundations forward. And I think I just want to run 2 of them parallel up, 2 of them parallel up, and then the 150. Either run the 150 up the middle or hide it and run it up through the ground, just because it's not parallel. It's not symmetrical. No. Let's do some math on our refineries. We only have 2 floors to pipe, so that's not difficult. I could have chose better on turning this right in front of where this pipe comes off. Yeah, that wasn't good. Why did I do that? Let's fix that right now because we're probably going to want to access that pipe from the side. Fewer turns if I do it this way too. Okay, that gives us easier access to the crude if we want to bring it from this side. But this is crude floor number 2, right? No, number 1. Also does not have power in the corner. And crude floor number 2. So let's get our math on how many are on each floor. That should be super easy because I'm pretty sure that I set on the signs. 43 on this floor. $42 on this floor. Okay. Odd number, but that would be because we have a 150 pipe. Okay. I think we can literally just so simply do essentially what we're doing on the with the other ones, except we'll just do one per floor. The rest of the math is going to work out, and if it doesn't, then we'll do something in and up. When we'll go inwards. You know, mirror what we did up top. So that would be a pipe entrance. That will be a pipe entrance. And then we'll have to figure out how we want to approach getting them. I think we can just wall walk them. Yeah, I think when we wall walk, so we'll bring all 4 up. I think we're gonna hide the 5th one. And just run it up somewhere hidden. Just because I don't think it'll look good running it at the middle. Maybe. Yeah, it'll look weird having one little pipe going up the middle. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Be prudent at this juncture. We talked about that last week. Yeah, one of the phrases is eternally stuck in my head. We're going to go up. So we need these to turn the corner cleanly. I'm thinking we're going to leave these purple because that's what we've done over, you'll see what I'm talking about, over there. Off the middle. Why does that not look right? That's one off. Why are they overlapping? Guess they're just too big for each other. That one over here for me to. That's... We do... It's awkward the way they don't set right. But that's okay. Nothing magical about the way they were. We can just run them together like that. And this one will turn up. We're gonna move the... We'll move them over one. We'll come back and paint these black. I don't think that I actually need that there. Well, there's no way that's going to reach all the way up. Should make the same distance to that one. Although it's starting lower, so it may not. Ooh. Made it. There we go. And we'll run these other two across the bottom, do the exact same thing we did here. So, 3 wall segments in. Or 2 in is the first one. Not 3. 2 and 3. Guys. Yep. It's going to require a lot of pumpage. So we're going to need to remember to put power wall connectors that go through the wall so we can connect pumps. One, two, three. One, two, three. Now we just need to run them all the way across. There's almost no chance a wall one here is going to make it all the way down. They're so much further down. Find a nice meeting place. Before we do that, we need to line these up. I think that is correct. It is not. First you did not succeed. Try again. Very good. One is not necessary. I'm gonna go right there. run a little low on plastic and upper sheeting, considering the distance that we're going to be going. That looks good. I like that. And we don't have far to go with the piping because it's literally right over there. It's just this little bit of hand holding it around the walls. One in from the edge. Yeah. One above the line. Right there. Perfect. We could have ran these up the side of the building, but I want more features on the front. I honestly don't know what color we'll end up painting them, depending on kind of what the front wall starts to look like. But these, are a good opportunity for accent colors. The YouTube thing is still showing me an error. Am I actually coming through for people? Anyone actually see me? Am I actually still here? Not, that's kind of a problem. I definitely would need to restart the YouTube interface if that is true. You're here and see me? That's good. Thank you, lady. Yeah, it's just giving me an error on YouTube. I mean, obviously OBS can show me what it's outputting, but you're familiar with the interface. Normally YouTube shows us what it's receiving. I think YouTube even got tired of watching me run pipe. Okay, so this is going to be the end of that. Yeah, so this is where there won't be a wall here for this to attach to. So this has the farthest back we could go to attach, which we might not need to. We might just hop up on this leaf. And this, I'm going to leave running for now because, like I said, I think I'm going to bury this one. So I literally might just run it and snake it around under here and pop it up through the floor.
Comply.
Or I might just run it up the side of the building, nestled in right here. That's probably what I'll do. I'll probably nestle it right between the wall and that, and then plummet into the floor above it. So, right now we're using this for making our plastic.
I strongly advise
I said we're going to
you
need plastic,
harvest this
and I also
resident.
want to check on our canisters. Plastic's done. Still filling up on the canisters. That's done. Halfway there, so we're quarters of a way through getting through the existing plastic. And we were able to refill in that time, so that's excellent. I don't think that our machine is going to hold out, though. See how close we can get. We have more here, we just need to fly over and get it. I think I'd probably just stack these.
Harvest.
No, lady, I'm not harvesting. Yep, stack them up. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Ah.
Message. Hello, this is Patrol Figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Oh, I have an idea. We have these now.
Harvest it.
Ah, found a use for it. I've actually found another use for it, but it didn't make the cut on a video. These are great for pillars.
I strongly advise you to harvest
pillars that do the inner swoop, and then filling out them. And so I was like, yes, yeah. The only use I've had from them so far. That, or to offset something by half a block. Alright, let's get all 4 of these up here. Let's see what this looks like. See what I said I was leaving it purple? I already have these. That's gonna go through. We're gonna have to give up.
Picking up multiple Ficsit personnel in the area.
Give up the horizontal.
Harvest before it's too late.
No clippy clippy. No clippy. Okay.
Comply. You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
That's the alignment. Oh, you really had to come up just short, didn't you? Look at that. I need to raise this up. That's going to be right on the edge of the platform. You know what? Ugh. I know, lady. These pipes are really the bane in this game. I went by 2-meter segments. This should be lining up. It doesn't look like it is. How did it get off? Oh, they're sitting on... No, it doesn't matter. The top is 1 meter because I lined it up with the... No, don't care. Don't care. The line, right? Just need this to be horizontal. Okay. Like I'm asking for too much. Okay. We are almost there. I'm half surprised that the raising that height didn't make it come back and go, sorry, now you're too far away. You to cooperate. All right. That works until I decide it doesn't. We're pretty much fully in the get it to work mode. Come back later. And the rest of that, because we'll color it based on the building afterwards. We're gonna need to go back over there. We're gonna need to put pumps on them. I want to get these run. Oh, lady, did you see the most recent dev stream, like yesterday or something like that? It's not gonna. Can I? Where is? Where is? Yeah, did you see they announced hanging conveyor poles we can attach into the ceiling. Fluid pipes, stackable. Um, yeah, I can't not wait. It's like they need to come out with that today because of the project I'm working on. Let's see if putting this to standard will allow it to do a wall attachment. No, of course not. Why? Why would it? Yeah, that was the thing that I took away from him. Like, ceiling mounted. Hole is going to be amazing. Going to be amazing. All right, we're going to do this the easy way. That's how far it goes. That's not correct. We sunk just a little bit into the platform. So, target's right about there, so we're going to need at least one more. So close. All good. Pick a random spot. Oh, you already had a mod that did that? Yeah, it's definitely an overdue feature. I mean, I remember when I discovered that you could connect power to the ceiling. I don't know when they added that. It was already there by the time I just discovered it. I didn't see it in patch notes. I just dragged it across the ceiling at one point, and I was like, oh my god, how long has this been a thing? And I haven't got to use a whole lot. I've used a little bit, but it's been that relatively recent. Kind of eyeballing this. That is incorrect. kind of past the point of trying to work out where things go, and I'm just brute forcing it. Place it. If it doesn't work, move it. Yeah, same here. All of my mods center around either, which, if you've seen the list, it's not very many. They're either around content creation or quality of life. Like, just what? Why is that not a, like infinite zoop? Just boggles my mind why infinite zoop is not a thing. They acknowledged that we needed to be able to build multiple things at a time because that limitation was problematic for us. So they gave it to us, sorta. I don't want them to be too happy. Let's restrict it to 10. I don't care where I attach this, really. Guessing that this bottom one won't make. Yeah, we'll just do two of them side by side. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Literally right on the dot. We got farther to go, so of course it's gonna. I will back these down to all the way to the ground if I have to. Oh! I'm out of copper sheeting. Yeah, thanks. Like, see, this is mental fatigue setting in. This is my sheer determination to turn this thing on before stopping. Let's see how far it would have made it. That would have worked. That would have worked as well, but I want them to be lined up to each other, so. We are so close. I mean, there's still so much work to be done, but so much of it can be done off camera. We are very close to being able to turn this on. I literally plug in these pipes that I'm running right now and run cabling, which, granted, there's a lot of cabling to be run, but it's really simple to do. Because I'm not gonna, I probably not, normally I run cabling and a circuit around the walls. I probably won't do that in this case. I'll probably just, because we'll be so heavily using wall or ceiling mounted cables that will be the way we stripe it. And so I don't think it's gonna be an issue. Okay. So we have 600 coming in. Let's start on the floor below. Let's not, because we just ended that on a floor that is not a crude floor. The crude floors are the ones above us. I got that side wrong too. Okay. Crude has to come up to here. These were correct. It was because no, they're both incorrect. I have no excuse. No excuse. Fix it and move on. You don't belong here anymore. Or that this reaches, it does. That's where I need it to be. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to give us ceiling-mounted pipe holes at the same time. It'd be weird for them to leave pipe connections out when does not look right. That's not right. Why? 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 Oh, what? Now it's even worse. Oh. Pay no attention to that. Now it's straight. Da, 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 da. You're going to the wrong floor. Aspire to be higher. One, two, three. You use wall mounts for ceiling. You can? Can you? Oh. I feel like I knew that at some point. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, now that you say that, I feel like I could use it right now. I'm not going to, though. You do not belong. Whoop. You do not belong. This is not lined up with the other side. I'm just not caring. Come back and adjust these later. You go there. You go there. All right. So the 4 600 lines are now run to the building. Need to run to the machines, but the hard part done. We still get the 150. It'll go to probably the top floor. I think it's 50 machines. No. 30 is used. 20 machines. 20 times 30 is 600. So one pipe can handle 20 machines. That means we're gonna have to stop off on the way. We only have 40 machines worth of oil coming to this floor, and there's 42 machines on the floor. Should have pre-mathed that. No, what we'll do is we'll leave 2 machines unconnected. Well, like probably like these 2. And because when we run the 150 up the side, we'll just poke it right in and hit those 2 machines up and hit the machines right where it comes up. And the math will work itself out. Like we should do that right now. It's gonna be right there. Oh, those are not walls, not walls. We're just gonna run pipe. We're not gonna actually run the pipe because that pipe's in use. And we don't need an oil slick across our level of the lake here.
Harvest it.
We have to rename the tower to the Juan Valdez. Oh no, the wall is not here. This is moving out of the way. We don't have to buddy it up like that. We can run it up here. I'm going to start this low. I don't know where I'm going to attach to it. But if we end up coming around and like along and wall walk like that did, then I can shorten this without having to readjust everything else up the line. So I'm going to start low. And that'll save me problems later. We're going to pipe it, but we're not going to connect the pipe. It's a gray floor, that means this is one of the floors. Needs to be high enough to get over that. So we'll put it on the same level as the other one. If this guy was on the ground, this would be an easy straight across pipe. It needs to be right there. It's actually okay, right? Because we do it like that. This wants to pipe across. I need it to zig and then come down and over. I'm not worried about it. Not worry about it. Forget about it. Don't care. We can. No. We're not using the entire pipe on this floor. We're just using 2. course. Know how this works. And since we're inside, we need to paint this because it's literally on the same floor as the other pipes that do need to be that color. Not need to add confusion. Alright. 42 on this floor, that's the 2. Although it would have made it easy to... because there are 2 hanging over on here. That means the math is perfect if we don't include these 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I should connect it to these 2 on the end. And then I can disconnect those, cross them over. That can be a 20 for them, but then I'd have to connect that all the way to the back. That would be silly. No, well, we'll lose the perfect number to make it connect easier. So we'll just leave it as is. That means this doesn't have to cross that because it's going to connect over here instead. That simplifies things. Looping. I don't know if this is right. Right. Like I said, I'm at the point of brute forcing. That works. All right. It is, lady, it is. The finish line is in sight. And like I said, these parts are going to be simpler because, I mean, it's 2 floors and it's more machines to a grouping, which will make less shenanigans. Required. I can't believe how much I blew the math right at the beginning of... Like, I have no excuse. Like, if I messed up the math, if we were doing all that piping for the fuel coming down right now, you know, at 8 hours into a play session, I'd have an excuse. We weren't that far into the play session when I made that mistake. I don't have much of an excuse for that. It does happen, and of course it has to happen right at the beginning so that, you know, it impacts everything else down the line. I think instead of grouping these, I'm going to just split the pipe on the way. Oh, I don't need to because the pipe's already there. Never mind. That was stupid. That was silly. I'll split the pipe, but the pipe itself is already attached to the other end. It would work if I was piping this other one over here. I would only need that. This is 8 machines, not the full 10. And that's going to get in the way. Plan B. Because it was already piped up to that height, I don't have to worry about head lift. If it makes it to this floor, it'll make it over this hump. And then it makes it look like I was smart when I put this up here, this high up. As if that was the plan all along. Alright, that's 8. Or, yeah, that's 8. This is 11 long because of the extra 2 on the end. That puts us at 19. That's our 20. We're getting there. Getting there. And I'll just run this other pipe parallel to this one. Where is the... Okay, it's over. Like, why am I not seeing it? And, I mean, there's so much room on these floors, but I need the room because these machines are going to have a byproduct that we need to deal with. Resin. So we still need to conveyor all of these. Which is a trivial task because we don't have to send them anywhere. Just literally the sinks will be on this floor with them. That's why I'm trying to keep, I'm not running through the middle of the floors. I want to have room. Place the sinks. So in fact, I'm going to drop one down just to give me a general target to dodge. Let's keep these parallel. Out of rods. Almost out of iron plate, too. Not to jump very far. Almost reach it from there. Nope, stop that. Oh. Pull. Don't know if we're gonna need. Let's see here. We have 3 floors of 113.3 machines, so we're gonna say 440. That's 4,000. That's wow. We only have 440 machines that are gonna eat up. Are gonna hold. That's 44,000. If every machine was full of bottles of whatever type of bottle they care about, we would have to have 44,000 bottles. Of course, we're never going to reach that point. We're going to have overhead. It is going to actually increase our max capacity, but they'll be processing as soon as they start getting them. So, since there's not an infinite resource coming in, they don't need that many to be fully circulating. Yeah, it is a lot. You know, right now we have 19,000. Which is why I'm going to start another batch of them. While we're here. Right. Aim for rods. We've got enough to get it started. We know that we have closed loops. We're not going to get the whole factory up and running tonight, but if we can saturate one of the closed loops to see that the system works, then just off camera, I'm going to go bust up the closed loop issue. And then fix the pipes. That should be enough. Is there anything else that we really need? Good on that, good on that. We're fine. You know, I didn't even suggest this, but I could live stream tomorrow. For a little bit to on the the cleanup of this. Who knows? Maybe I'll while I'm sitting around fixing everything, maybe I'll just turn on the live stream. That should be the top floor. It is. And just fix up the last stuff. Like, there's no way I'm doing another 10-hour or something stream tomorrow. I might do a brief one. We'll have to see. I mean, we're at 8.5 hours on this stream as it is. pipes will last. We'll go this far. We'll stick with it. Like enough room for put resource sinks in. We need to connect. Yeah, so this is where we're going to split. So, off by 1. Rather than connecting both sides independently, we're gonna this junction. Oh, there we go. Like that, even if I were to stream tomorrow, it would probably just be to get the machine online, like fully, like with, you know, the bug fixes in place. I do not have it in me to decorate, you know, do the facade. That's going to take so much time. And I need a break. You know, we've been running the dual projects simultaneously. Whatever it is I'm doing on my regular episode, in addition to running this, is oh, you gotta be. Look at this. Look at this. You little. You had to do it, didn't you? Just had to do it. Looks like it's off. And no, it's not. Just had to do it. It's frustrating. It is. Too bad we can't overclock our pipes to stretch them out further. Okay. This floor should be fully crude pumped, piped. Pumps cost extra. Come after. And the math is easy, so let's go up here. Okay, let's find this. Yep. I'll tell you, making the custom macro set on my mouse to do the copy and the paste just made this so much and so nice. Button number 1 on the side of my mouse copies, button number 2 on the side of my mouse pastes. Yep. Super simple. And of course when you're using your hover pack, you have that extended range to interact with stuff, so I can copy and paste signs all over the place or machines from long range. They copy, paste. Super duper easy. All right, that's kind of in the way, so I think I'm gonna run this guy to the back. do this. I need to resolve the other side first because it's going to have the 150 line coming in, which at this point is a 90 line, so it's only going to go to 3. So we took 60 off of it, the 2 machines. There, remember me? So I think I'm going to just do this the same way I did the other one. Not overthink it. Done. Just... Oh, that's off center! No! That means the one below is off center as well. It's off center, no! And there's no reason for it to be off center because I could have ran this up off center. I'm gonna fix that later. I'm gonna move that whole pipe over later. Not right now. Eyes on the prize. In fact, let's do that. Do this. Obnoxious, can we make this? That's pretty obnoxious. Although I can't read it from that. Alright. There, I can't forget to move it now. I will come across that and go, oh, yeah, I need to move that. Problem for future me. How far in did I have to go? That's lined up. 1, 2, 3. That's straight. I would really like it if the copy, when you know the quick pick button would also copy the color, not just the thing I'm selecting. I I try not to do future me problems because future me doesn't usually appreciate that I left him work to do. But sometimes he's gotta pull his weight, and today's one of those days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that was a 10. One, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Really? Okay, well, lovely. 18, that means I'm going to have to swipe over 2 more from here. Not big of a deal. Before we start connecting anything, there should be exactly 20 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. There's no underclocking necessary. We can make this even easier. Get this running here. I don't know why we didn't do this on the last one. Oh, yep, so we need to go for this to have a nice turn. That works. Is getting there. All right, that side is done. One more pipe to connect, and all of the crude is run. Sans the the actual pumps to get the fluid up high enough. Not worried about that right now. Just get the plumbing in place so we can start cabling everything. 8.5 hours into the stream. Get a bite of my sandwich, because I am hungry. I was debating whether or not to run that on top of this, but I don't want to add any more height than we already have. I'm gonna try it anyway. It didn't look right to me, but it was. still gotta make the thumbnail tonight for tomorrow's episode and actually upload it. I haven't even had time to... I've rendered it, but I haven't had time to watch it to make sure that it rendered alright. Or I didn't do something really bad in the edit that I need to go back and re-edit and re-render. It's gonna be a long episode too. It's around the 40-minute mark. I don't know why I needed to measure that out. I already knew how long it goes. That's another reason why I don't want to stream on Sunday, because it can interfere with the notification of my regular episode. The reason why I publish the episodes on Sunday after the stream, so that throughout the week, that's the thing that should be on their notifications. Oh, we'll paint it later. I may be overthinking the behavior of YouTube and the way it notifies people and good. So, you know, my recommended videos list over the past like week or week and a half, I've been getting the recommended videos for me to watch has getting blasted by these like background music, like channels, and I don't even know what they are because I don't. If I cursor over them, it'll say something like foreign, and then there's like music in the background. But they'll be the videos will be 2 or 3 days old, and they'll have like 2 views, and the name of the video will be the name of the channel. So they're clearly someone, there's some scam going on where they're spamming out these videos with probably very inaccurate descriptions of what's actually in them. And no one's biting because, like I say, I'll see the video, it'll say it's been there, it's like 2 days old, and it'll have 2 views. So they're not fooling anybody. But I've been getting a lot of them. Like almost every time, almost every time I refresh my page, or a lot of times when I refresh my page, there'll be another one by a new name, new video, and I mark, not interested in this, don't show me this channel again, not interested. And so the past couple weeks, just a ridiculous number of them. I had to make the mistake on the very last one. Well, one of the channels that I watch is How to Cook That with Ann Reardon. And she does a lot of debunk videos of... I did it again. It did it to me again. She does cooking videos, and I'm not any good at cooking. I don't watch them for the cooking. She just, she's just super nice. But at some point, she started debunking like dangerous life hack stuff. You see her channel too? And these look like the kind of things that she's talked about on her channel that are targeting children, where they're pushing like really dangerous like propaganda or talking about murder or whatever it is, and the video will be someone like making cookies, and the idea that kids can get away with wearing headphones or the earbuds, and their parents won't know that they're listening stuff they shouldn't be listening to, and it's really disturbing stuff. And when I've seen them, when I've seen this latest rash of them, it's made me think of those. Like, these are clearly not what they're advertising. And even if they were, they wouldn't be interested in them. I don't have a history of watching the, random background sound channels. So there's no reason for YouTube to be pushing those channels on me. You get one-off weird channel recommended, that's something, but it's just been one after another. I mean, I've probably blocked 24 of them over the past week and a half. Maybe more. I mean, it's no big deal for me to click on it and say, don't show me this again. But I just don't understand why the algorithm is so adamant about pushing these channels that are clearly not, not high throughput channels, probably brand new channels, because again, the name of the videos are literally the name of the channel. Looks not straight. Why does that look not straight? It's the inside of the silver. Out of the silver. I mentioned it because I was curious if anyone else, like if you know, they've been popping up on other people's channels or ones like it. Because there must be a giant rash of them, and I'm just seeing, a very tiny percentage of them. And they just must be overloading the algorithm and getting pushed out to people as a random suggestions. Okay, all crude is now run. 100% of the crude is now run. I'll need to connect the 150 pipe at the outside at some point, but we need it right now for its plastic. So we start connecting everything via power cables. That's the last big thing to do. Outside of, fixing things and running pipe pumps. Leveling up to Mark III on the default. Let's hope that works on the ceiling. Good. Yep. Mark III. By default. I love that mod. Alright, actually before I wanted to check. Nope, I need to do this. So right now it'll mark 2 if I'm drawing a regular pole, which is what I want. Mark 3 on the ceiling. So I need to fill my inventory full of steel pipes. I did not bring extra steel pipes, I didn't realize that. High-speed connectors and cable. Yeah, it doesn't suggest sports for me, which is appropriate. I always think it's funny when it suggests one of my own videos to me. It's like, you know, I've already seen that, right? I mean, I'll concede that I'm the target audience, like Satisfactory. But, it doesn't need to suggest my own videos to me. Go suggest them to somebody else. I need other people to watch them. Alright. So we need more cable than anything else, because that's going to be... thing. We need these in... So it was 3 apiece, so... divisible number of three, so that's 600. I think we need to empty some of my inventory and pick up a bunch of steel pipes. I also think I need to lift this back. And actually, I think I'm going to shut this off. We've got more than enough aluminum coming down here. Now that we've done almost all of our conveyoring. I mean, the conveyoring is just ridiculous. How much I've done. Anything here? Yeah, Cable Palooza. It's the serious cabling inbound. I can get rid of. Not get rid of them there because extra on-site stuff. All right, this is stuff that take me home. Get rid of partial stacks of stuff that we're not using. Keep on those. Let's find 2 more stacks of steel plate, or steel pipe. Be right here. Let's send it the other way. Be right here. There we go. So six stacks. There was 3 apiece. Oh, I don't need 6 stacks because they stacks twice as much. We're gonna run out of those before then. I'm not gonna touch that supply for now. Just grab a bunch of cable. And we'll start with the back wall, because the back wall is where we're going to do our line of cables going up. I risk filling my inventory. I don't really like doing that. We'll connect all the floors first. Smack. space on the bottom. $21, so where's 11? Right there. Oh. I think what I want to do is put a gate like here. Of course, stop hitting everything except for what I'm aiming for. That was dangerous. Like, I made it through the first floor, and I almost started deleting the water pipes. And I want to have... I might come back and change this, but we'll just see how it works out. And this going all the way up. I think I should probably... just do it like near the ceiling. As a unified, because the floors have different heights to them. Too lazy to go to the menu to find the Mark III pole. Oh, I'm gonna have to do it anyway because it needs to be don't have to. This is how much I don't like going to the build menu. To make a Mark III one-sided pole, click on it, and then I'm gonna enter, switch it to a double-sided. We can put it right up against the roof. How's that gonna look? Yeah. All right. Go with that. And I think I probably should plug this into something for now so we can use it as power as we're flying up. Of course, it's not going to be a permanent power thing, but for now we'll have something to... The task will support itself. Like I said, this is going to be... I think this is going to be the way I get between floors once this is all done. It'll look like that. I can just fly up and into a floor. I think that's going to be the way. That's going to be the way forward. Oh, I don't want to drag the line because if I drag the line, it will not put the hole. And I'll worry about the... I'm not going to deal with the gates right now. It's just that's how I think I'm going to go about it. Put those right in the middle. Yes, okay. Make sure I'm consistent. Hey, there's some serious fancy looking poles. It would help if I have a wall up here to attach them to. I'd like it if it gave us... Oh, it does now. Oh, right, it didn't before because I don't have the Mark I outlets. I intentionally did not unlock the Mark I wall outlets because I will never use them, and I didn't want them I didn't want them on my menu. I didn't want them getting in the way when I'm cycling between things. I intentionally never unlocked them. My factories are for I build everything with Blade Runners in mind. My factories are for Vulcan, but this particular one is not by them either. Yeah, nice. No, I'm not the only one. This particular building, since it's so vertical, and there's so many floors to it, like there's no good way of doing a staircase up this. I mean, maybe I could get away with squeezing one in on like the back row somewhere, but I just don't feel like it would be. I don't feel like it'd make a whole lot of sense, to be honest. Okay, stop making extras. I want only the piece of wall that... I'm deleting the extra walls because I only want the piece of wall that I know has the connector on it. While I'm running power, it's going to be easier to spot where I need to connect to. That's literally the only piece of wall hanging down. Might have moved on me. See when we get there. Oh, got it. Bro. I still need to make the ceiling of this next floor of the unpacking floor. I know where it's going to be, I just don't have it. Look at that right there. Which is higher than it needs to be for... Oh, stop. Higher than it needs to be for the Packers. But I wanted some clearance for the belts and stuff, and the shape of the wall needed to come up that way to fit with the pattern. But it's fine, it's the last floor. You can have a little bit of extra headspace. Although, again, there will be one more. There will be a roof on top of it because that's going to be the observation floor. There will be a floor up there. There just won't be any functional machines. Woo! Look at the view. All right. Am I looking on supply? I don't have a... I was just thinking, we'll just start on this floor, but I don't have enough concrete to actually do the ceiling. Yeah, it is the Tower of Power. I think this floor is not going to get done right now because, I don't have enough concrete to do the ceiling. All right, we'll skip this floor. We'll come back to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Autosave. I'm going to make sure I'm not over the void, just in case, I've had it happen once where I've had to load a save and an autosave, and I just plummeted because I was loading over something. I was flying when it autosaved. I think I was in the jetpack. I don't think I was in the before I had this, but nonetheless, I make sure I'm over something solid when it's gonna autosave. Ignoring that, what's gonna be our normal width? This is gonna be the 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Should do 2 rows at a time. It's 6 rows. So those 2 will be grouped. These 2 will be grouped. 9 wide, then it's 3, 3, and 3. So like that's not in the middle. Right there is the middle. This is gonna look so cool with all these cables strapped up to the ceiling. Yeah, you also get on something solid before saving. Yeah, it's just a good practice to be in. The middle of these should all be the same. All right. Before I wire that up, I'm going to, now that we got our pattern, I'm going to take this back over here and connect it to the wall so that I stop falling out of the sky. We're running power cables. We shouldn't be running out of power on our jetpack. Right in the middle. I'll have fewer connections because there are missing ones here, but that's perfectly fine. All right. 1, 2. I wonder if it would be easier for me to hover high. Look at everything. All right, I gotta be a little bit careful about the fact that I'm These are literally going live on the grid by doing this, because this is connecting all the way back to the base, but there shouldn't be anything that's going to drain or kick in because there's no crude oil coming in. That's not true. I gotta make sure. I think I keep the water separate until I'm ready to turn everything on. I'll combine all the water ones, but I won't connect them to the wall. That's going to be on the line. On the line in the middle. Why are you not connected? Who is wanting connection? You. You're connected. I can see. Oh, you greedy little bugger there. You grabbed his cable. You can go away. You can go away. Ah, look, I'm staying in the air. That guy's got enough connection time already. I think this one's gonna... I think I'm gonna zigzag it. Giant ceiling spider. See the one in the distance? That's up to here. Perfect. Flying right over my head. Right there. Alright, buddy, now you can have a power cable. Yes. It looks like ceiling spiders, doesn't it? Like the spindly legs hanging down. Getting a system now. Positioning myself directly under where it needs to be. I don't have to line up one lane. Actually starting to lag the game because it has to process the connections every time I connect something. I've seen it do that with other things. It's I think that it wouldn't stutter as much if this wasn't connected to the power grid. I think it's having to recalculate the entire power grid that it's attaching to every time you connect something. I've definitely had the game, like if I disconnect something from the power grid, especially the more that's on it, I disconnect the building from it, I've had the game go, oh god, and then it kicks back in. Because I think it's having to build a new power grid every time you do that. Yeah, at least they're not trying to eat. Well, they're not trying to eat me yet. Well, that's one floor down. Only 40 more to go. We opened up 3. I don't know if our inventory was full. How many spots we had? What's the width of this floor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the same. Good. Calculation. Different ceiling pattern. 3, 1, 3. So this guy right here. Dead center on the ceiling. Game. I didn't clean up all of the existing power poles on that floor, but I'll be back and forth through it plenty of times. Clean them up later. Okay, it's on the line in the middle. Line. Go. Easy lemon squeezy. I'm going to come back and go forward from that side just to remain consistent between floors. I should have gone to this one first. Okay, efficiency in our strategy. It'd be nice if we could, like, you know, click on this and then hold down, like, shift, and then click, click, click. That would be super nice. You know, it would allow us to place more cables from the same source. This line. Build the block on the line. There it is. Oh, goofy. Yep. Down the middle. Oh. Need to click. Center on the block. This is so much nicer than all the other, you know, having to math up the pipes and line everything up. I mean, there's still precision in this, but like just move on to the next ones, and like the only precision here is just making sure that the pole's in the right place. There's a welcome respite from the toils of the evening. Fine. There's a note on the back wall to remind us of that bad math. Fixing that. I wouldn't be surprised if I start fixing it after the end of the stream tonight. We'll see how much I've got left in me. I'm not going to want to fix it tonight, but it's driving me crazy. I want to fix it right now. I want to stop what I'm doing right now, and I want to fix it. Not going to. I know it's going to take a long time to do. More time than we've got. Recalculate all the piping. I mean, it's not going to take as long as it took to do the original piping because all the connection, like all the pipes run into the walls on the outside. I don't think I'll have to move any of that stuff. The hard part is done, regardless. It's just going to be the tedium of recalculating how much fuel is actually in each pipe. And then following what machines were those pipes attached to, and do they need to be regrouped? Other floor done. But the actual fixing of it, I don't think isn't going to be challenging. It'll be delete a pipe here, connect a pipe here. I'll probably have to do very little, if any, running of, like full stackers and aligning things. I have to do a little bit of it, but I don't have to do much. Right, that's not the center. This is. I got that right on the other floors, right? Yeah. That was centering off of the machines. Speaking of which, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seven on a pole. So we do like 4 and 3. I don't think I'm going to get complicated with this. I think I'm just going to do 2 groups of 3 and 1 down the middle. That's just 2. Jeez. I'm just not gonna overcomplicate this. 1, 2. Right there is the middle. Middle. Like this will just go to 2 machines. And we'll do our standard 3 cluster like we're doing on all the other ones. Middle. Thank you for hanging out, lady. It's always a pleasure. Especially since I know that my hours really do not overlap with yours. So I'm always glad when you're able to put aside the time to hang out. You have a good night. Have a good sleep. Don't expect to stream tomorrow. but I might. And if I do, I'm going to make sure it's a short. I'm not going to do a long stream if I do tomorrow. It might be just a, hey, look, we're turning this on. Because at this rate, I'm starting to question whether or not I'm going to turn it on at all. But have a good night, and definitely catch you when I catch you. Episode tomorrow. All right, down the middle. Middle. It. It's dangerous if I don't notice I miss it and it places its own pole, then it means we have a machine that isn't actually connected to anything. Middle. There. I could get away with just doing this one in the middle and doing all 6 down the center, but sorry. This still gives us regular connection points to use for our flight. Still value in having these extra connectors that aren't necessarily being taxed. Well, it does feel like a waste of material to do a Mark III connector and only put 2 things on it. But I am not going to manually change it to a Mark II. Middle. Why are you orange? You orange? Oh, I got sloppy with a paintbrush. Middle. Ooh, right there. We'll get back to painting that in just a moment. Middle. I'm glad that I changed textures to the more simple outlines. The Ficsit foundation has lines all over the place. All right. Making it easier to center these properly. There's another floor done. Not gonna bother cleaning up those poles. Maybe what it look like. So we went through 1 stack of cable. Not bad. Considering that we're 3 floors done. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, wow. Trucking along. This is gonna be a 10, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8. No, it shouldn't be 9. I think we had 2 more floors of 9 than a 10. 1, 2. Okay, it's in the middle. And I can't see. Try that again. I just realized my light is like a happy face. Like there's little 2 slanty eyes over here, like these smiling eyes, and then a big old grin on the bottom. That might be getting a little loopy. One left first. Middle on the line. Over here. I definitely see a stutter in it when I connect these a lot of times. I really think that the game struggles sometimes with adjusting the power grid. Missed. That's right. I don't know if the stutter is as apparent on screen. You're not. You. Clicking and it was just like, this needs connection. Like, I know, I'm clicking, please connect. Oh, there you go. Next. Love how easily this is all going together. Feeling connections are just so amazing. Scroll over a little bit when I flip around to make sure that I didn't miss a machine. That's why sometimes I'm cursoring around, just making sure there's no clicky connection attempt on something that should already be connected. So be kind of careful that I don't accidentally like connect it to one of the power poles that I have, because there's so many of them randomly placed that they're, sometimes they're behind the machines along the back row, and I could easily just click on one of them on accident. I have no idea. I mean, after the whole plant is up and running, it'll be fairly simple to go through here and look for any red lights. But it will be a long while before everything is saturated. Or down. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I think we're gonna do 4 connections. If we do 3, then we have 2 groups of 3 and a group of 4, and that's 8. We can do that because it's 8 and there's 1 coming in and 1 going out. We just can't do 8 in the middle because the middle splits both directions and has the incoming line. So it has too heavy of a load. We'll do 8 over there because that's a dead end node. Although on the other side it's not dead end. That's okay. It'll work anyway. We'll just max out a node. Let's see here. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 6 on this side. Oh, this is not in the middle, so it's first quarter middle. There. Cross. Okay. Got 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're between them. Middle on the line. Why we're using them Mark IIIs. Load it up. Middle on the first quarter. It's gonna be really nice having this wired up network now for our flight as well. No more grouping. In hindsight, I maybe could have done this at an earlier stage after we had the machines, just so that I would have had an easier time while running all the piping and stuff. I just don't like my big hesitation to doing this prematurely before really the last thing is that if I have to move a machine because something didn't work out, I then have broken its connection to the power grid, and I can easily miss that. Like, I might not even realize it was even plugged in to begin with, or where it was plugged into. I'm really hesitant to rewire stuff. It's almost always the very last thing I do. Like, I usually even paint a building before I wire it, because I have to destroy walls and move them somewhere else. Middle first quadrant. And since I very rarely have interconnected cables, like almost none of my entire factory has redundant connections. Any one cable that you disconnect from somewhere is bound to disconnect an entire building or even an entire wing of my factory. All my power is running through one contiguous line. Not necessarily the best thing to do. Don't like redundancies. Since there's no actual power load on wires. Yeah. But also because if I want to disconnect something from the grid, if there's redundancies, then I have to hunt and peck and find out how do I turn this off or how do I disconnect it. If I know there's only one connection, then I think for this one I'm going to carry it on from the side. Then I know it's one and done. I know I'm making a major renovation and I'm going to take out a cable. I know that I have to make sure that's properly reconnected when I'm done, because I know what other things are dependent on it. Or have the floor down. Getting sounds of connections. Yep, everything done. Six floors down. Nice. We're over halfway through the burner floors already, and these are the biggest. Well, that's not true. They're not the biggest floors. The packer and packer floors are the biggest ones because there's 114 machines. We'll have to get a little more creative with those. They'll be a little bit more compact. Probably 9er. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we still need to put a roof on the unpacking floor. 1, 2, 3, 1. Our metal guy. Well, the middleman. A little bit. I really like the look of those conveyors. Like I said earlier, it's gonna be kind of a shame to cover them up from the inside. I might consider glassing part of the back so that we can look out and see the pattern. I mean, that's the back of the building, literally off the edge of the map, so there's nothing over there to be seeing forward. There wouldn't be anyone over there. To view the back of the building. What the back looks like shouldn't matter. There's to me. Center. Yep. Line middle. There's our underclock guy. That guy's pan red on purpose. Not like that orange one we had. And he camouflaged with the pipes. Middle, middle. Lost the connection for a moment there. Three. On the line. Good at this. Yeah, I had to brag. I had to brag. Literally the very next thing I try to connect messes up. Got cocky. Never accidentally connect my machines together. I blame the lag from the making the grids. Didn't acknowledge my click. That doesn't even make sense because it shouldn't have unselected. Because I had a power cable going down. Oh, it mustn't have registered my click when I connected when I clicked on the power line to begin with. That's gotta be what happened. If I had one on the line, then it would be impossible for me to connect two machines because the first click would have connected it to the pole. All right, it was. The floor down. Another stack of cables gone. Looking through our high-speed connectors. 7th floor? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 it is. A middle guy. We're approaching 10 hours in the stream. I am having my doubts that we're going to turn this on in any fashion tonight. Increase the chances of maybe doing a short stream tomorrow. And I'd probably knock out the rest of most of what needs to be done off camera before streaming. Oh, we're gonna keep going for now, though. Middle, 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 middle. Amazingly, there are still people here. Nice. That's great not having to do this alone. Look at that. See, that's seriously made its own pole in the middle of the other machine. Not cool. It's weird when I fly through here and spot odd configurations of the piping, like a dead end, and then this one pops over. It breaks up the pattern in such a weird way. There's a purpose to it. Although, now that we know that our math was adjusted incorrectly, these pipes probably aren't supposed to be grouped like this, but they're supposed to be grouped similarly to that. Middle. Ah, did it again. First. Now it's just taunting me. I'm looking at the reflections in the ceiling. How much greenery is reflected in it. I'm surprised that the reflections are actually turned down. Because of the... I mean, it's really cool. Just, I'm surprised that it's that detailed. Because I know that setting is turned down. In fact, I think it's turned off. It was... it wasn't a performance issue. We had one of the episodes a long way back. I think we were making like motors. And we did a false floor with glass on it so we could look down and see the conveyors beneath the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And even though it was indoors, couldn't see through the glass floor because of the overwhelming reflection of the sky through the ceiling, even though it was a solid ceiling. And I tried turning the reflections off, and it just didn't help at all. I just never turned them back on. Middle. So it's good to count them again to verify that there's only 3 on the end, which means I got the other ones right. I'm always double checking my work. On the line. There. Yeah, I should have taken account on how much cable I had on me when I started this, just to get an idea for how much cable ends up going into this. Just as one of the, random statistics. Like, I know how much of everything else that's gone into it. Well, not copper sheeting because of piping, but like for all the machines, I know the exact material count for all of that. Some of those numbers were just ridiculous. Middle. I've thought about putting a sign on it somewhere. They probably will. Almost like an Easter egg, somewhere inside, denoting how many materials went into the construction of the machines. All right. Normally, the last wire ends up on the pole. Even number, so I start from a pole, and then up, down, and the last connection should be going up. I can click on the pole, move on to the next one. See, like there, number 6 ends on the pole, so I click on it, and it's been leaving the next one. When I flipped around, and I must have, well, absentmindedly clicked on another one. Clicked on the pole instead of ground. Middle line. It's some kind of like right here when I'm spinning around, it's actually quicker for me to go up and grab and bring it down. And I was talking about thinking other things. I probably took the shortest path as opposed to following the pattern. It threw me off when I connected the last one from the wrong angle. Part of the reason to keep those patterns is so that if you do something wrong, something like that will stick out. And I usually flip all the way around because I want to grab the one that's on the end from where I've come from, instead of risking grabbing one that's further down than I'm supposed to. I just drag towards it. Wherever the next available thing is I can click on. Whew, another floor done. Because I won't have to look at these guys anymore. Only 3 more floors to go of burners. I mean, you know, compared to the amount of time it took to run all the piping, this is light speed. Alright, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a tenner. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. We are back to 10 already. Right, middle first quadrant. Always too high on the new floor. Like, since there's available ones on both sides, I'm always going back to the middle and then going over to click. That way when I don't get the audio report of this one, I know I'm on the right one. 4 over here. Middle on the line. We are dead end. Really jumping around on me now. Oh, I got another camouflage. As you were. So there's another instance of it missing the click. Well, I don't think that was a lag thing. I think the cable was in my way. Autosave number 10 since the beginning of the stream. Did we miss any of these? Lose our place because of the pause in action. Fine, there it is. We're gonna leave that dead-ended. And floor. Very forward from here. Last one for the floor. I'm gonna be seeing cable connections in my sleep tonight. Another cable stack down. Halfway through another one. More of these to go. Hostile flying creatures, Jake? I don't. No. That makes me feel like you don't play Minecraft. I think the phantoms in Minecraft taught us that we don't want flying hostile creatures. It's the mob vote that everybody regretted. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Mojang added phantoms to the game, and everybody since then has been like, "This is the worst thing ever. Why is this in the game? Please remove it." Yes, yeah. I mean, you can avoid them by sleeping, but They just don't add anything positive to the game. They're just... Every time they show up, everyone's just angry that they're there. Universally hated mob, and I think part of why they're so hated is because people voted for it. They were like, we didn't want this. I don't mind them so much, but I don't feel like they add any value to the game. Like, I do like shooting them out of the sky with a flaming bow. They make fun target practice. Middle on the line. But you get people in Minecraft who are like me, who likes the nighttime. Like I don't skip the day-night cycle in games. I love the night cycle in this game. If I weren't recording, I've said this many times, if I weren't recording the game, I'd have the day-night cycle running. And so, like in Minecraft, I don't bother sleeping because I don't want to skip past the night. And for some ridiculous reason in Minecraft, sleeping also resets the weather schedule. Which is why in games I never see rain. I never want to sleep because I don't want to reset the weather patterns, because I love the rain in games. Alright. I'll admit, if I could have one creature removed from Minecraft, it would not be the Phantom, it would be the Creeper. I would play with mob griefing disabled at all times in Minecraft if it weren't for the fact that turning off mob griefing also turns off farmers, villagers in general. Yeah, exactly. If that giant flying thing here flew through our building and destroyed them, yeah, that feels like what would happen if this was Minecraft. It's a game about building. Let's put stuff in there that destroys your buildings. That's the creeper. That's the creeper to me. And it's antithetical to the purpose of the game. At least with the most recent update, 1.19, they finally did something about mob spawning, which is, now mobs only spawn at light level 0, which was a wildly overdue thing. Because now you can actually make buildings without spamming lights everywhere. I've dabbled in 1.19 just a tiny bit. Or 1.19 or 1.18 that did that. Whatever version they added it in, I played it a little bit in single player. No, I don't think I have. Version before it, I played single player. I don't remember what the new stuff was in the most in 1.18, but I think that was the last time I played a little bit. I just have a hard time playing Minecraft on single player anymore. I'm just spoiled. I enjoy it so much better in multiplayer. I really would like someday to be able to go back to playing, you know, having the time to play multiplayer Minecraft. So, which of course for me means for me as a content creator, it would be a YouTube series. Be my excuse to be able to play it. Because anything I'm going to spend that kind of time playing needs to be made into videos. I don't have time to do that much gaming of something else and maintain my channel. Which is fine. I really enjoyed playing, making Minecraft videos, even though no one watched them. I'm such a OCD builder that, you know, gave me an excuse to show, you know, like, look, I can show people this. No one's watching, but someone could. So they'll, because, you know, I already I mean, you've seen from what I do here, right? This isn't, I don't build exact for the audience. I build exact because that's me. Showing it to an audience makes me, it gives me an excuse to be that way. It's like, what are you doing this for? You know, when you're doing it on a single player. Why are you spending so much time edging that one thing over and fixing that one thing just to be just right? No one's going to see it. I'm going to see it. And so I go, well, now people will see it. So it's like an excuse to do it. To do what I'm going to do already. Justification. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. One of the easy floors, and it's the last one. This doesn't feel right. Middle. Yeah, right there it is. I was trying to put it over there. All those belts. That's what I spent 12 hours yesterday doing. Getting all that stuff in place. Designing it and then executing it. Like, I spent so much time yesterday on all that stuff that if I hadn't done all that yesterday, we would still not be at the point that we started the stream at. Everything we've done for this stream today, none of it would be done. So we wouldn't even be at that point yet. So glad that I spent the time to knock that out. If I'd had more time, I would have gotten some of this done. Literally, I didn't get to a point where I go, okay, that's enough. I'm ready for the stream. It was just, you know, competition for real life time and making an actual, you know, making an actual episode for this week. Didn't have enough time to do more. Middle. I would have done more. So admittedly, had I not messed up the piping earlier, we would literally be ready. We'd be almost ready to fire this whole thing up. Like this is the last step. Well, second to last step. Third if you're counting the need to put the pumps in, but we still need to export the resin to stuff, but that's trivial. Trivial. Middle. 2. And fix the loop. Would have to fix the loop. But we wouldn't have to fix the loop. We'd want to. Like I said, the looping, the closed loops aren't technically a problem. We can feed each of the closed loops their own set of canisters, and it would work 100%. Contrary to the full circulation gimmick that we're trying to go for. It's not just a gimmick, it's like if the whole factory is interacting, then it's going to be easier to spot if something's wrong. Because the whole factory will suffer for it. Rather than just one slice hiding in the middle somewhere where I didn't connect a pipe, or a conveyor was too slow of a speed or something like that. If it's one ecosystem, then one disruption in it will impact the entire ecosystem. And I'm going to get it there. I'm not going to settle for the closed loops. Why do we have... Oh, right. We didn't bother connecting the last floor because we knew the math is off. Like, why is there a pipe with nothing on it? No, I can't take this. See, this is a pipe. Right, this floor is not piped yet. This is the only floor that's not piped yet. All right, that's all of the burner floors now wired. Of course, we have a bunch of these temporary poles to remove, but I'll clean all that up. Getting through our cable. Holding out pretty well, though. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Probably should do 4 connections. We're still doing cross rows. Do 4. Well, we could do 3, 4, 4, and 3. That'd be 8, 8, 8, and 6. And 6 could go down the middle and be our carryover. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It would work. Problem is, I think... Okay, on this floor it doesn't go... Okay, yeah. So 11's the max length. And there's only 4 rows instead of 6, so that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be the right set. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. So right here is our middle guy. Good. It's 1 in from the corner. Okay. Right there. I think I'm going to just carry this one straight back and then come back and do the splits. I'm already on the center point. Corner. Right in the middle there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 1/4 in. Right there. Get out of my way. The ceiling spider is all over me. Oh, look, they're all going yellow. Except for that guy. Why are you not yellow? Do you not have a recipe? Oh, that's dangerous. Oh, no, don't want to paste. I don't know what was on the clapboard. There we go. Paste. Paste. Okay. All right. It's satisfying to start seeing them go yellow. That's really kind of bringing it home that the facility is almost there. For some reason this one's in the middle. Okay, I'm not gonna question. Here to line up. Prize yellow, yes. Only 7. Those are odd number floor. Good. Middle. Yep, that's everybody. Line 1/4 in. Right there. Great seeing you again, Liquid. Glad you could join us. Yeah, sorry it took so long trying to get to action point. But always great to see you. I appreciate it. Like I said, there's a moderate chance that I might try to pull off a short stream tomorrow, just to basically turn it on and stare at it and watch it run, and then, you know, like just an hour stream or something like that. We'll see. We will see how it works out. But have a great night, and forward to seeing you. Hopefully next week we'll be doing Hard Space, probably. Unless for some reason I have to do this again. We'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Given that I, you know, even have it in me tomorrow to fire this up, you know, sometimes I'm just too exhausted. So we're gonna do 3. Okay, this goes out to 11 at some point, right? So we're gonna do 3 on this side. Three, and so we're gonna treat this the same as the floor above it. This will be 3. It would actually be a floor because there will be a 4th one over there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Our middle. Ones. Middle guy. Right. Left. Okay, that's. Be on this side. I'm not doing it like we did in the last one. Right. Yeah, that's not right. We've been 3 here. Oh, I know what I did. Put this on the wrong one. Bound to make a mistake eventually. It's the 4 is the second row, so it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. This is the guy that should have been centered on. Left of center. Three and 4. That's the way it should have come out. That should be off center from those a little bit because we're 4 on this side, 3 on that side, so that's good. Now we have 4 over here. What threw me off before because I saw 3 and I'm like, no. There's 2 in. Yeah, Jake, it is definitely, there's definitely a lot of impact. I'm hoping that this won't become a cause visual lag, and that if it does, then putting walls up should, occlude the objects, so the video card doesn't try to render them. It's if when and if I get back to a stable financial state, one of the first things on my list is a new video card. I mean, this has been yeah, LED should definitely help. This video card I have has been a wonderful workhorse. I mean, I get a lot of money for it, but it's old. It's an old NVIDIA 1070. Got something like 16 gig of RAM or something, I don't know, ridiculous on it. It was one of the ridiculously overpowered, overclocked ones, because there was the cards that were released specifically to be able to handle VR. When VR was, they were released at the same time that the Vive was released. And it's been a workhorse. I said it's done a great job for as long as I've run it, but man, there's a lot of newer options out there now, and I am eager to let it have a rest. give it a retirement. While my system is old, it's still a beast. It still handles everything. Line is that? Right to me. Every time I build a new computer, I build it myself, and I always stock it with top of the line brand stuff. I don't want to have to be rebuilding my computer every couple of years. But the video card, you have to upgrade your video card. I don't care how good of a processor you have, it's the video card that has to keep getting updated. You can't just sit on it. Especially when you're playing early access games like this that have not been optimized. Sometimes you just need that brute force of a wildly overpowered video card to push through an unoptimized game. The cracks are starting to show. It doesn't really bother me playing. I mean, I notice it, but I see past it. But when it comes to creating videos, and especially since I'm doing high def stuff, whatnot, I want keeping the frame rate up. Kind of important. Yeah, it's really showing. I'm seeing just turning around to look at the room, I'm seeing stuttering. Okay. An hour is 40 minutes. I don't think we're going to turn this thing on tonight. We have 114 refineries across these next 2 floors to wire. 114 packers on the floor below. 114 packers on the top floor that don't even have a roof yet. All the water pumps still need to be wired. We have to place fluid pumps on, which is not hard, but needs to be troubleshooted, on all of the water pumps and on all of the crude oil. The crude oil is going to be the one that we really have to keep an eye on. Like, one pump on all of the water ones probably just fine because they're only going up 1 floor. The crude oil is going all over the place. I think we have too much left to do. And we still have to conveyor math out and conveyor all of these refineries for the resin, which won't take too long, but still, crawling conveyors takes time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Five groups of 3. I'm gonna actually start it here. Wait to the 3rd group, I'll connect it to the back wall. It's gonna be a little harder to center these because they look all weird. Yeah, the guy right there's our center. Yeah, we're in. Oh, there it is. Two. That's a real awkward one. That's middle. Over. There's actually 1 over for this because these jump positions. Let's be honest, if this is 1 pixel over, we really don't care. I know that sounds like blasphemy, but that's middle. Go over. To the outside, up, down, in. See, there's nothing over here, so we don't get the wrong ones. Around, get that one. Get the next click in line. Our 3rd one, it makes us our middle of 5. Back to there. One, 2. One over from mid, that's here. Down, turn right, up, down. then first one you can. The method I've been using to make sure I don't grab from ahead. Point. Okay, that's one row done. 2, 3, 5. I'm gonna stay the pattern of going across on the right side. Over for the cross point. Oh, other side. There you go. Middle, one over. I think we're going to do next 4 and call it because we're going to be around 11 hours. Just going to take too much troubleshooting of basic stuff to get. You know, we've put so many hours into this thing that turn it on knowing that it's broken just so we can get a few things going through the middle of it. We're really just, it's kind of disrespecting all the work we put into this. There we go. Hate to drag people along and disappoint them because I've been saying all night that we're going to do this or bust. Sometimes reality's got to be acknowledged. Irony is that I would love to take a break, but I don't actually want to stop. Feel how close we are to the finish line. I know that those other things are going to come in the way. We're not as close as it feels. Oh, it's another floor done. Ah. Oh, look at all those machines. 1, 2, 3. I think it's the same pattern, right? Working on the back row, but I think it's 15 otherwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What? 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13. Oh, come on. We got power everywhere. I should not be losing altitude. Yeah, they're not lined up, so that 13 is probably right. Okay. It's 14 total because the back row's not full. All right. Brain not functioning. How do I group the? I go 4. We'll count that 3 as a group of 4. 4, 2, 3, 4, 6, 2 groups of 3. I think we're just going to do groups of 3 and just remainder. Whatever's in the middle. I'm just gonna brute force it. I'm gonna stop trying to strategize. 1 over from mid. We're just gonna work off ourselves from outside to in. However that math works out in the middle is where it'll end up. Okay, I'm really going off pattern now. Look at that. I'm all over the place. Who knows what I'll click on next? It's harder for me to tell what's connected because we don't have power running to it yet, so they're not lights aren't turning yellow. All right, what do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think was what I originally had said. So if I do another group of 3. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with 5 groups like we did in the last one. I mean, the connections will be different, but it lends itself to pretty good symmetry. 1 in from mid. Two. One in from mid. Sound right. left, nothing to click on. Spiral. First thing that clicks. First thing that clicks. Thing that clicks. Okay. We have left 1, 2. That's it. Yeah. Don't know why I keep facing the outside when I do this, but feels right. Actual middle. All that I can click on. They're all talking to each other. Hey, look at that. Everybody's lit up. This is the smallest group, so this will be the one to carry forward. Right mid. Opposite way this time, because we're going the other direction. Oh, no. Try to get me. Not fooled. Right at center. This is the way you get big, large-scale projects done. Go, all right, we'll just do the next little bit. Just do this next little piece. Eventually it all stacks up. Eventually have a finished project. Like the train line that I made all the way back to home from here, over the swamp. I started it off camera as a kind of a what if. What if I ran some platforms this direction? Ran a few more. I'm like, I can make it around this turn. What if I did this? And it was just, I knew how daunting of a task it was going to be. I didn't want to commit to it. And so I made the excuse of, well, you know, just do a little bit here. And if it doesn't work out, you just don't save it. Don't save the game. Because you have to save the game before starting the project. And nothing lost in a little bit of experimenting. And then at some point you go, oh, hey, look behind you, like, oh, I now have platforms running halfway across the plains. I guess we just keep going forward at this point. All right, all refineries are now connected on all floors. And we just hit 11 hours right on the second. I think this is where we call it. I'm looking at this massive floor of 114 machines, and my eyes are just crossing. And this is going to be a lot harder to run because, as you can see, I don't have the clearance room to down and up. It's going to be a lot more of trying to align stuff up. And then it's just going to lead to other things that need to be done. Okay. I apologize that we didn't get it started tonight. I would like to try to start this tomorrow. I'm making no promises. I'm going to be exhausted when I get up. And I am going to do the pipe fixing off camera before I consider bringing this back into a live stream. It's gonna take too much back and forth that I'm not gonna make people sit around and watch me redo the thing that we spent hours doing. So I'm gonna need to be able to do that probably early tomorrow before I can even consider live streaming. So if I feel up to it, I'll do it. If I don't, we'll just play it by ear. I want to be live when I turn this thing on. I feel like everybody who's been with me through this entire project deserves to have the opportunity to be here when this thing comes to life. So maybe I'll do it next Saturday instead of doing a hard space. Maybe I spend this week troubleshooting everything and fixing everything, and then live stream long enough to feed the canisters into it, watch the pumps kick in, and have people actually see it come live, and then maybe we can also spend some time on the facade. But just spend the time making sure everything else is done. Like during the week, I could be fixing the loops that we didn't want to have, and finalizing my design for like the feet of the building. Which reminds me, yeah, we'll have to deal with it. We need to do something special with how we're doing these. But we need the bottom floor, I think, wired. See, these need to be on their own closed circuit. They cannot, like, I can't just grab them and put them on one of the cables that's passing by. So they're going to poke through, where is I think the back corner? Yeah, that's the last guy. They're going to poke through the wall. Something like this. And I'll do the same over there, and I'll drag both of them back. I'm not going to worry about it right now. But I'll probably just, like I said, I gotta make sure that these don't accidentally get used for connecting to like all the water lines. These need to be standalone, and they need to be on a circuit breaker that can disconnect all of them from everything else. Where's the middle? The middle. Something like that. and then drag it forward and have these guys coming out. Oh yeah, there's the 11-hour restart or autosave, and then run them into a switch box where all of the power, all the batteries, all run into one power switch only, and nothing else touches it. And then that power switch goes to another power switch that disconnects the factory, the power plant from the rail line. We can turn that off, and the power plant will be cut from the rest of the world. So if anything ever truly goes wrong, we can flip that one switch, which disconnects it from the rest of the world, then turn on the switch from the batteries, which will power this entire power plant for long enough for the power plant to get back up to self-operation. I can't imagine that we ever run into that scenario where we need to do that, but that's our safety. You know, it's if we're ever in a situation where our 85 gigawatt plant can't support the world, then we're really in for a bad situation. But that's how it's set up. So I'll need to run all that as well. I'm not even gonna get on the train to go home. We're gonna call it. Thank you so very much for coming out. Thank you for hanging out, and I apologize for us not making our goal for the night. We really tried. There was just too much. I will reserve turning this thing on for a live stream. If it's not tomorrow, then maybe next Saturday. Like I could see doing like a hybrid live stream. If I could get this close enough to turning on, I could see doing like a hard space shipbreaker / Satisfactory live stream, where we just start off the night with turning this factory on and then switching over to hard space or something. I don't know. Let me get some sleep and think clearly and come up with a plan. I'll post I'll either post up a thumbnail for an upcoming live stream, or I'll finally use the create a post feature that is now unlocked for my YouTube account since I crossed the 500 subscriber. So I now have that feature available to me, so I can actually reach out and let you guys know what's going on. Why is this backed up? Oh, all this time so it's sitting idle because I forgot to do this. Okay, just all mental errors. Well, that should have been running. Thank you very much for coming out. Be sure to leave a like. Be sure to come back on the next stream when we absolutely definitely turn this on, for sure. And catch tomorrow's episode even if we don't live stream, because it will explain what was, I've been showing off that there is a platform literally right across the tracks. If you've seen last episode, you know that we're working towards aluminum. So it should be no stretch to know that that is going to be our aluminum plant. Literally right there. But we get to go through the whole planning stages and how to design a full complex, building complex, and that's kind of the direction to go. But I'm going to go to bed or eat dinner. Thank you very much for coming out. Have a great night. And I really, really appreciate you hanging out. It means a whole lot. And thanks for sticking through with me. So, good night and enjoy the rest of your weekend if I don't see you guys tomorrow.